Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome all to the Penn Corporate Innovation Summit 2023. Thank you all for being here from such an early hour despite your busy schedules. My name is Jin, and it is my great honor to be here as your MC today. This session was prepared to broaden insights into overall startup ecosystems, sharing the perspectives of global CVC entities on corporate innovation in response to the changes in the startup industry. I hope the session will be an opportunity for you to gain insights and ideas. Then, without further ado, I'd like to introduce the distinguished guests today. Please join me in welcoming them with a big round of applause as I call out their names. We have Mr. Michael Mo, the CEO of GSV Group. Mr. Boone, Managing General Partner of Symbol Capital Group. Mr. Roy Furman, Managing Director of Doral Energy Tech Ventures. Mr. Abhishek Bali, the Director of Dassault Systems. Mr. Gil Kim, Investment Manager of Applied Ventures. Ms. Karen Hui Ying Wang, Investor of Deutsche Bank CVC. Mr. Mitchell Weinstock, Venture Partner of HP Tech Ventures. Ms. Sarah Applebaum, Partner of Pangea Ventures. Mr. Dong-soo Kim, the CEO of LG Technology Ventures. Ms. Shelley Rao, the investor of Juniper Networks. And last but not least, Mr. Henry Sang, the CEO of Innovation Refinery. Then, without further ado, it is now time for us to listen to the keynote speech. I'd like to invite Mr. Michael Mo, the CEO of GSV Group, up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please greet him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. It's your last year, and so it's wonderful to be back. Just quickly, some perspective on me and the firm I'm at, GSV, which stands for Global Silicon Valley. From day one, our firm's focus was how could we give everybody an equal opportunity to participate in the future, the foundation of which was getting access to quality education and knowledge. And so to do that, we have a variety of functions that we play at GSV. We have 6 offices around the world, including Silicon Valley, 4 in the United States, Paris, and Abu Dhabi. We have GSV Ventures, which is an ed tech-focused VC fund. We're on our 3rd fund. We've invested in 15 of the 30 unicorns that exist in the ed tech space, including companies like Guild and Learneo and ClassDojo. We have an annual summit in San Diego. We'd love to have all you come next year, April 14th through the 17th. 7,000 people come from 65 countries around the world. We'll have 900 education technology companies present at it. We also have an ed tech competition for startups, 800 competitors, $1 million in prizes. We have a virtual startup boot camp. We've had 10,000 entrepreneurs go through that over the last 3 years. We also have an online MBA, and we have a physical innovation center that's open in Dallas, Texas in 2024. We have investment publications. Our flagship is called EIEIO. I like to say that old McDonald had a farm, EIEIO. Well, new McDonald has a startup, EIEIO. It's about entrepreneurship, innovation, education, impact, and creating equal opportunity for all. So the state of the state in ed tech investing. So in 2010, the entire global ed tech venture capital was $500 million. By 2019, it grew to $7 billion, which is significant growth. And by 2021, it had gone to $20 billion, and last year, back to $11 billion. So still, even with coming back, still significant growth over the last nearly 15 years. Looking year over year from the second quarter of 2022 to the second quarter of 2023, down 72%. But again, context, that quarter was almost 50% greater than the entire year of fiscal year 2010, I mean. And by the way, that $500 million in 2010 was probably more than all the ed tech venture capital in the history of that industry. Looking at the activity of deals, almost up 10x to 1,400 in 2022. M&A has exploded, $8.5 billion of deals last year. And importantly, the characteristics and the geography of these companies is increasingly, it's a global industry. So in 2010, 75% of all the ed tech funding was done in the United States. Last year, 2/3 was done outside of the United States. So this global Silicon Valley is really taking off. And in terms of the market, we're in a knowledge economy where education makes a difference not only for an individual, but for a company and, for that matter, a country. This is evidenced by the number of students in higher education around the world. It's gone from 160 million in 2010 to expected to be 590 million higher ed students in the world by 2040. So just what's going on in the world around us, it's a scary time. You've had bank runs, Silicon Valley Bank going out of business. You had the Ukraine war with over 200,000 casualties. Goldman Sachs put out a report saying that there's going to be 300 million jobs lost from AI. COVID killed 6.8 million people over the last couple of years. The United States, you have significant racial division that continues. You have polarization in terms of political parties. In fact, 81% of Americans would prefer not to date somebody from the different political party. And that compares with 23% who wouldn't date somebody of a different religion and 15% that wouldn't date somebody from from a different race. You have poverty around the world that still is just unbelievable in terms of its impact. 25,000 deaths per day from hunger. 771 million people without safe water. COVID learning loss was $28 trillion in lifetime earnings. You have over 100,000 deaths from opioids just in the United States in 2022 alone. You have nearly 700 million people around the world that are living at less than $2.15 per day. So all pretty daunting. Our former U.S. Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, said, for those who don't know history, everything is unprecedented. And my point with that is, as much as it seems like how could you even deal with all these issues, we've seen this movie before. If you were born 100 years ago, you had 600 bank failures per year in the United States. The Spanish flu killed 50 million people. World War I, we had 40 million casualties. And that was when there was just 1.8 billion people on Earth versus 8 billion today. You had KKK with 2 million members. If you were born in 1923, here's what you faced. You had the Great Crash in 1929. You had the Great Depression for the next 12 years. From 1930 to 1936, you had the Dust Bowl. You had World War II in 1941 to 1945. You had the atomic bombs. You had the Korean War. You had McCarthyism. You had the Cuban Missile Crisis. You had President Kennedy assassinated. You had the Vietnam War. You had Martin Luther King killed in Memphis. You had Bobby Kennedy killed in California. You had the oil crisis. You had Park Chung-hee assassinated here in 1979. You had hyperinflation, all within your first 50 years of living. So the point with that is you always face obstacles. There's always challenges, and yet it's been up and to the right, and that's our expectation as we look ahead. Not perfect, but progress. So compared to 100 years ago, people around the world are healthier, wealthier, and wiser. In the United States, life expectancy for a male has gone from 56 to 76 years old. In Korea, it's gone from 23 to 83 years old. Infant mortality rates dropped 93% in the United States. It's dropped 99% in Korea. The Dow Jones is up 36,000% in the last 100 years. GDP per capita is up over 10,000% in the United States. It's gone from $900 to $35,000 in Korea. And you've had high school graduation rates gone from 17% in 1923 in the United States to 86%. And then Korea has the highest high school graduation rates in the world, up to 97% from less than 1% 100 years ago. And in college education, you have 38% of US adults that now have a college degree, up from 5%. And in Korea, it's 70%, up from 0.13%. So again, a lot's happened in this last 100 years. So why all the worry? Media headlines just since 2000. Disgust is up 29%, polarization is up 30%, sadness is up 54%, anger is up 104%, fear is up 150%. Fear sells and everything is an existential threat. So here's some headlines from the iconic Time magazine. In 1980, it was about toxic waste. 1986, it was a nuclear meltdown. 1988, it was global warming. 1977, it was global cooling. 1999, when the world was going to come to an end in 2000. Then in 2011, you had the China bubble. Then you had 2017, China won. 2020, China done. Now you have the broken China. So one of the things that makes me really excited about being in Seoul right now is you have these different shifts in terms of what's going on in terms of opportunity and entrepreneurship and education. Korea is located in an incredible spot, one, because of its prioritization of education and technology, and secondly, what it can reach within a fairly short flight. So just as we think about Seoul as the gateway to the V-chips, by the way, are Vietnam, China, India, Indonesia, Philippines, and Singapore. It's a 9-hour flight from here to Dubai, 8-hour flight to Delhi. It's a 7-hour flight to Jakarta, 6-hour flight to Ho Chi Minh City, 6-hour flight to Singapore, 4-hour flight to Hong Kong, 4-hour flight to Manila, 2-hour flight to Shanghai, 2-hour flight to Tokyo, which makes this a fairly compelling place to reach a lot of where the world is going to be created for the future. As we think about this brave new world that we're now in, and we really do think that the coronavirus was a marker. We think it's so significant. We say there's BC before Corona, there's now AD after disease. In online learning, what this really happened is you had 1.6 billion students from around the world that were in March of 2020 instantly thrown in the deep end of the online learning pool and told to sink or swim. Some sank, some crawled to the edge of the pool, got out and said they're never going back in again. But many flailed around and sort of said they got the hang of it, and you've seen this major acceleration of the digital learning market. So the future effectively accelerated the present. So we had estimated before the coronavirus that digital learning was going to become a $1 trillion market by 2034. We now think it's a $1 trillion market by 2027. And what we also know is there's a direct correlation between your level of education and GDP per capita. So there's increasing emphasis on putting resources and commitment to see that for a country's progress. Just thinking again, the brave new world that we're in, the planet reached 8 billion people last November. And Time magazine said that 3 out of 10 kids born today will live to be 100 years old. By 2058, that's going to be 10 billion people. 10 mega trends that kind of shape our framework for how we think about this brave new world and where education technology is going to be benefiting. Number one, mega trend eastward ho. But for much of the world's history, it was all about the opportunity lied west. Increasingly, we think we're going to look east and south. Africa, for example, 41% of Africa's 1.1 billion people are under the age of 15 years old. By the way, 7 of the 10 fastest growing countries in the world last year were in Africa. Nigeria has 5.3 births per woman. Lagos alone is expected to be 40 million people by 2050. And you look at the Western world, it's a vanishing act. Part of that is because of births per woman, 1.5 births. You need over 2 just to keep constant. Japan and China, it's 1.2 births per woman. In fact, if you look at the aging population in Japan, Japan sold 2.5 times more adult diapers last year than baby diapers. Number 2 megatrend, always on. Average American spends 13 hours per day online, 3 billion gamers playing 2 hours a day. Number 3, the rise of the middle class. Asia will account for 78% of the global middle class consumption by 2050, 1.1 billion middle class Africans by 2060. Number 4 mega trend is getting rid of friction-free. There's 5.7 billion people now on the internet. There's 6.5 billion people with smartphones. Number 5, smart everything. 55 billion people connected to devices by 2025. So you have smart homes, you have smartphones, you have smart drones, you have autonomous health, you have autonomous wealth, planes, trains, automobiles, all quicker, faster, cheaper, using autonomous technology and saving time. Number 6 megatrend, data rules. The definition of the data rule: he who has the data makes the rules. Data is the new gold. The old corporate balancing and industrial economy, property, plant, and equipment were matter. To the new knowledge economy, it's the new balance sheet. It's about human capital and data. Number 7, free market. Looking at how you create connections between creators and consumers. 62% of Gen Z intends to start their own business. And one of the things that's amazing in this friction-free world is a lot of these tools that they can use to start their business are free to them. So it's 10,000 times cheaper to launch a startup today than it was in 2000. Number 8 megatrend, the power of women. POW. A lot of data around this, but last year nearly 50% of new startups were by women. Boy, 62% of college students are women, which if you want to see the future, the knowledge economy, that tells you a lot. 85% of consumer spending is influenced by women. Number 9 mega trend, the global Silicon Valley, the name of our firm, which is we saw as this mega shift going on, the mindset of innovation, entrepreneurship that's made Silicon Valley such a remarkable place, spreading throughout the world. And so some of the data for this, from Austin to Boston, from Chicago to Sao Paulo, from Mumbai to Shanghai to Dubai, that's the global Silicon Valley. Looking specifically here, Japan, venture capital funding in the last 10 years is up 300%. In Korea, it's up 389%. Philippines, 500%. Vietnam, 1,000%. Indonesia, 1,700%. India, 3,000%. China, 4,500%. All within that quick flight that we talked about before. Just in terms of how a number of things happen that didn't happen before, is people typically have a tough time seeing things that haven't existed. So for example, when Airbnb came out, what everybody said about them was, people never share a house with a stranger. Well, Airbnb's market cap today is $71 billion versus Marriott, Hyatt's, and Wyndham combined is $68 billion. Another conventional wisdom: people never date somebody they met online. Well, 55% of couples in 2021 met online versus 15% through friends. AirPods will make you look like a dork when they came out in 2018. Well, in 2020 revenue, that was $23 billion versus Cartier, Ralph Lauren, and Rolex, $21 billion. So again, conventional wisdom has a way of being defeated with innovation. And here's another one: Google owns search. And then comes ChatGPT, the fastest adoption of a technology in the history of the world, and all conventional wisdom has been thrown out the window. So as we look at the future, human capability is basically on a linear path, and technology is on an exponential path, and we're here. So what this means is that it's not only that blue-collar jobs are at risk and white-collar jobs are at risk, but no-collar jobs are at risk too from AI. And so some of this, I think, is actually very, very powerful. I think there's jobs where technology can make it, where it gives people the opportunity to do things where they can actually apply their brains and their heart and have progress for their lives. But there's things where technology is never going to replace, like the empathy of a nurse. And so I like to say about AI, I think it's absolutely transformational, but it's not necessarily everything that people give it credit for. So I like to say, as a horse that can count to 10 is a remarkable horse, but it's not a remarkable mathematician. And so how we see the future evolving with this brave new world is you have a software layer, then you have an AI layer, but on top of that you have a smart layer, and that's human intelligence interjected into it. And so software is eating the world, as Mark Andreessen famously said, but AI is its teeth, but people decide what to eat. And so as my friend Bill Campbell said, when we have facts, we'll use facts. When we have opinions, we'll use mine. And those opinions are going to matter more and more, I think, as we go ahead. So as the more and more content is AI generated, the more it becomes a commodity, and the best opportunities will always be on the edge. Good is gone, great isn't enough, outstanding is the future. And I think that's wildly exciting for humanity. So it's not man versus machine, it's man and machine. And so if you look at the last 30 years in terms of innovation and technology, it was really that movie, Revenge of the Nerds. Those who had all the engineering and math and skills, they created the future. I think as we look ahead, I call it back to the future. And it's really those Renaissance skills that I think are more and more going to be in demand and creating value. So I like to say, as we think about this map that we're trying to create, in particular a learning map for this new world, you can't use an old map for a new world. We're definitely in a new world, so you can't use this old map. And so thinking about what are the things that people are going to need to know or master or be exceptional at to not only participate but thrive in this new world that we're going. I call it the 7 C's of learning. So I should have been able to do this visual so you could see the 7 C's. But the first is critical thinking. The second is creativity. The third C is communication. And by the way, with 6 minutes to go, I'm not going to go through examples of this because I want to cover the whole talk. Number 4 is cultural fluency, but just an example of this. If you go to the Middle East and you cross your legs in the Arab world, that's like doing this in America. So you got to know the culture. You have cultural literacy in terms of what you can do and what you can't do. Civic engagement. Number 6C is collaboration, working as a team. One of the things, interesting studies about people's happiness at work, Laura Santos did a bunch of research as being part of a team and that team winning. Number 7 is character. And as Peter Drucker said, culture eats strategy all day long. And so as we kind of go into 10 investment themes for education, the overriding theme that we look at, and I think is what you're going to see the mega companies created, we call it ROE, return on education, equals ROI, or return on investment. So 10 learning themes to close with. Number 1 is live and learn. And this is this idea that you're no longer going to just basically learn up to age 25 and then go off through life. So you're no longer going to fill up your knowledge tank to age 25 and go off through life. You're going to continually need to be learning things on an ongoing basis. For a data point around this, 85% of the jobs in 2030 don't exist yet. So if you learn the technical skill and the world is changing as fast as it is, you have to be an ongoing lifelong learner just to be relevant. The example of a company that's going to help fuel these learners on an ongoing basis, Coursera, which we were fortunate to be an investor in, 124 million learners on its platform, most of them that access that learning for free. Eruditus, 250,000 students on its platform in 80 countries. Number 2 theme, knowledge is a currency. It's how what you know, not where you go. It's about knowledge, not college. It's how you apply your skills. And that's not to replace the degree, but the degree used to be the old currency that gave you a ticket to opportunity. That's going to be augmented by other ways you're able to represent what you know and what you're capable of. And that artificial intelligence is going to help that quite a bit. Less than 5% of all roles at AT&T today require a college degree, and that's a trend you're seeing in all major companies. 53% of the Fortune 500 says they need to be reskilled by 2028. Degree is another company that plays in this whole knowledge economy theme. It's used in 1 in 3 Fortune 50 companies today. Number 3 theme that we like is we call it unbundling the college degree. This is the way that you're able to create kind of a bespoke representation of knowledge that you possess. You're able to acquire this knowledge, like what I say is a Spotify playlist, which will be the next slide. But 56% of Americans don't believe the degree is no longer worth the time and money. So think about that Spotify playlist, picking and choosing the songs that you want and the podcasts that you want that represent your taste and what you're trying to accomplish. From a tuition to subscription, we think that's the future of learning. 2U is a company that's an example of this. That has 74 million learners on its platform. Number 4 theme, RoboEd. This is artificial intelligence integrated in the learning experience, becoming more customized or tailored for you with every single click, knowing how you best learn, what you know, where you're proficient, and accelerating you, where you're deficient, going back. All that is the future of learning. Learneo is a company that represents this 115 million pieces of study content. You know, the most known product is Coursera. Photomath, 24 billion problems solved each year for students. Taking your phone, taking a picture of the math problem, and instantly coming back not only with the solution, but the ways you get there. And if you need your own AI tutor, you can get that too. Speak, 15 million lessons started annually. Number 5 trend is autonomous learning. This is the idea that basically learning on a just-in-time basis. iLearning engines, ChatGPT for the enterprise, 58 increase in content consumption. As we hear over and over again, if you are in an area where you can't have hallucinations, having a focused content engine is critical. Gong, another example of this, 481% 3-year ROI for sales. Number 6 theme, higher ed, H-I-R-E ed. This is the idea that historically education and work were individual silos. Increasingly, we see those integrated together. 93% of college students' number 1 priority is to get a job. Only 15% of college professors think that students' number 1 priority is to get a job. So there's an inconsistency and an opportunity. Multiverse, 85% of completion rate for entrepreneurships or for apprenticeships. Number 7, invisible learning. This is just learning in your natural flow of living. Games is a great example of this. Twitch, 22.4 billion hours watched in 2022. Roblox, 50 billion hours spent per year. So learning by doing things you want to do. Games is a great example. Duolingo, doing terrific. 6.5 billion market cap learning languages by playing games. Kahoot, very cool brand. Dreamscape Learn, revolutionary in terms of what it's doing. Number 8, news to knowledge. This is the continuum between short-term learning, called a newspaper article, to a documentary, to a conference you might attend, to a micro course, from free to degree. Just gonna get through this quick. Number 9, mind, body, and soul. This is education of your whole being. Calm, 25% decrease in depression and anxiety for 8 weeks. Noom, 78% of people have lost weight using that. Hallow for prayers, 100 million prayers a day. Number 10, education is a benefit. And this is the idea of being able to provide this like a healthcare benefit at work. Guild is a leading example of this, and Stride is another one. And number 10, Mission Corp. And this is where I'll end. I wrote a book a couple years ago called Mission Corporation, which is this idea that the great businesses of tomorrow are going to have the ambition of a for-profit and the heart of a not-for-profit. And this is what we're seeing, combine purpose and profits. Mark Twain said, the 2 most important days of your life, the day you were born and the day you find out why. And so what we think is that there's going to be meaning that's created through learning and purpose through work. We look for 5 P's in a company. The 5th P is purpose for the great companies of tomorrow. So combining purpose and profits, we call this values investing. And we look for companies that combine both hearts and smarts. And we think that that's the critical ingredients for really sustainable and exceptional growth. And so when you look at all the problems with learning, people say, there's all this complexity, you knock one problem down and 3 pop up, and they say there's no silver bullet. But I actually do think there's a silver bullet to how we can have it, go back to the first slide, how we give everybody an equal opportunity to participate in the future. That is, the silver bullet for education is love. If we love our neighbors, we love ourselves. I believe, and we put a focus and a prioritization on that, I believe many of these challenges I talk about can be solved, and education really is going to be the foundation of it. So with that, again, I'm delighted and thrilled to be here. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful and insightful speech, Mr. Mo. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the panel discussion session. But before diving right in, we'll have our moderator deliver his speech first. I'll be inviting him just in a minute as soon as the stage is prepared. Meanwhile, I'd like to give a brief introduction on the moderator and the panelists of the session today. I believe that the stage will be ready soon. So, for the moderator today, we have Mr. Christopher Boone, the managing partner of Symbol Capital. And as our panelists, we have Mr. Roy Furman, the managing director of Doral Energy Tech Ventures, and Mr. Abhishek Bali, the director of Dassault Systems, Mr. Gil Kim, the investment manager of Applied Ventures, and last but not least, Ms. Karen Hui Ying Yang, the investor of Deutsche Bank CVC. I'll invite them in person as soon as the stage is ready. We request for your understanding and patience. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. I believe the stage is now ready, so I'd like to invite our moderator, Mr. Christopher Boone, the managing partner of Symbol Capital Group, up to the stage for his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please greet him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christopher Boone. I'm the managing partner of Symbol Capital Group, a technology-focused private equity firm based in the United States in Silicon Valley. On behalf of my entire team, thank you very much for your time today. This is my first trip to Seoul, It's been an honor to be here discussing the opportunities around global technology innovation and the investment opportunities we see ahead. I want to offer a special thanks to Penn Ventures again for this unique opportunity. Symbol Capital is a private equity firm comprised of 4 partners with collectively over 100 years of experience in technology investing, operations, educated with esteemed institutions including MIT, Wharton, Harvard Business School, Carnegie Mellon, and having worked at companies including Google, Motorola, HP, NASA, yes, Tolga was in fact a rocket scientist, and JP Morgan. Looking at the market, the venture market peaked in 2021 with over $330 billion invested. Despite that exuberance, the statistics behind venture investing prove the idea of very high risk often equates to very high return. But with 75% of venture-backed companies failing, meaning they're returning $0 to their investors, that's nearly $250 billion in lost capital. And when a company fails, what happens to the tens of billions of dollars that have been invested in that research and development? More often than not, those technologies are orphaned, put on a shelf and no longer supported. That inefficiency is the basis of our investment thesis. Repurposing novel technology into industries where it will solve significant problems for which it was never intended. We invest across nearly all sectors, often seeking to repurpose technology into enterprise software, but sourcing initial technologies from an assortment of industries. And with that thesis, our fund returned an industry-leading 39.7% IRR after fees. A few examples of our thesis at work. Coveroo, which was a consumer product company we acquired, we sold off the manufacturing business and turned their design software into an enterprise trademark management system, which we licensed to Major League Baseball, the NBA, NHL, NCAA, and then later sold to Major League Baseball. Vesuvi was a consumer image analytics technology designed as an advertising technology for consumer images. We repurposed that into a medical imaging technology based on machine learning to help detect cancer in pathology slides, and later sold that to Siemens. We are proud to work with leading venture firms and corporations, including Intel, Cisco, Google, HP, and IBM, to help source our acquisitions, and we welcome the opportunity to partner with the global firms represented here today to help realize greater value in your technology investments. And with that, I'd like to invite our panelists to join me on the stage.
Thank you, Mr. Boone, for the wonderful speech. Now then, without further ado, I'd like to invite our our panelists up to the stage. We have Mr. Roy Furman, the Managing Director of Doral Energy Tech Ventures. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. And next, we have Mr. Abhishek Bali, the Director of Dassault Systems. Next, we have Mr. Gil Kim, the Investment Manager of Applied Ventures. And last but not least, we have Ms. Karen Hui Ying Wang, the Investor of Deutsche Bank CVC. Okay. Thank you all for being here once again. Mr. Boone, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So it's an honor to have you all here today. Thanks so much for your time. And again, thank you all for being here. I'd like to start just with a brief introduction. If each of you could, for the benefit of the audience, provide an overview of your firm's primary focus, what you do within that, what you do in terms of corporate venture investing, the types of technologies that you're looking in, and then because this is a global audience, how you look to integrate those global solutions into your respective offering.
Okay, I can start.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everybody. My name is Abhishek Bali. I manage two programs for Dassault System. You might know Dassault System is a huge French company, and we make 3D design software starting from CATIA, SolidWorks, Simulia. So these are the softwares that are used for design, engineering, simulation, and data intelligence. So the two programs are, the first one is called 3D Experience, works for startups, and I'm the global director of this program. Every month, over 600 hardware startups apply to this program. And in fact, 28 of them applied just yesterday while I was at the day one proceedings of this conference. And the other program is called 3D Experience Lab, which is just like a high decibel program within Dassault Systems. It's an accelerator, and we take just 15 to 18 companies that are solving a tough technical problem around sustainability. So these are the two programs, and the whole idea is to how to make our amazing tools accessible for bottoms-up innovation, startups, and innovators just like you.
Thanks. Ready with you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you for Penn Ventures and for everything for the invite. My name is Roy Furman, and I came from Israel. We are based in Tel Aviv. I'm heading the corporate venture arm of Doral Energy. Doral Energy is a global renewable energy developer. So the mothership is developing renewable energy projects. It's quite unique in our landscape because the mothership is a project developer, which means we do not have any R&D practices in-house, and we engage with technologies and invest in technologies. And it by itself is not trivial. So our activities at Doral Tech is divided into three main pillars of innovation. The first one is very strong ties with universities, where we built our universities network alongside some of the leading universities in Israel, the Technion, which is the Israeli MIT, Bar Ilan University. We sponsored some applied research programs under the idea to generate new IP that later on we can spin this off and do venture creation, to build new startup on top of that. We also funded the Energy and Sustainability Center within one of the universities in Israel, and the idea is to promote and incubate new IP, but with the mindset of collaboration from the get-go with the industry, not just to promote science, but to make it more applied research. The second one, we started to build a lot of infrastructure in the ecosystem, dedicated accelerator program for energy and climate tech, bootcamp for more mature stage companies, bootcamp for ideation, and the idea is to follow companies and entrepreneurs throughout this, their journey and endeavors. And the third is equity investments in startup. We have 17 companies in our portfolio in less than 3 years of operation, investing in Israel, Europe, the US, maybe in Korea. And this is in a nutshell about ourselves. The thesis is around climate and energy tech innovation, where we can either integrate technologies within our projects or to develop new businesses on top of emerging technologies. And I can give examples down the line.
That's great, thank you. Gil, how about yourself?
Morning, everyone. My name is Gil Kim from Applied Ventures. Applied Ventures is a corporate venture arm of Applied Materials. Applied Materials is the world's largest semiconductor equipment, display equipment manufacturer based in Santa Clara in US. Given our parents' mothership is focusing on the semiconductor manufacturing process, our investment thesis around from material to system plus software and application stack within semiconductor application and also in display sector. For the deep tech technology transplant into our DNA within Applied, we often try to have a joint development agreement in addition to investment when we invest into the startups, so that the core technologies of the startups cannot be just sitting on the shelf. We actually can use or we can enhance by collaborating with our mother company, or we can connect with our customers, we can connect with our supply chain, and so on and so forth. So we, as a corporate venture arm, not only for the financial investment, capital injection as investment, but also we try to start up to cross the chasm by helping the manufacturing process and the know-how channel and the access to the global market. Korea has been a great partner in terms of our investment. In terms of the number of investment we made, Korea is the second largest country after US. So it's very honored to be here to share our insights and share our learnings and experience how our deep tech transplant strategy can be fit within the broader deep tech ecosystem.
Thanks, Gil. How about Karen?
Hi, everyone. My name is Karen Wang. I'm an investor at Deutsche Bank CVC. I'm based in New York. Deutsche Bank invests in enterprise software companies that are Series A and above. We typically look at AI, ML, data, cybersecurity, ESG, HR, topics that are on the infrastructure side that a bank would use. In addition to making these investments, we also have an entrepreneur in residence program, which is a program that enables pre-seed and seed stage startups to work with Deutsche Bank to co-develop a product. And that means, Deutsche Bank would use the product and make an investment into the product. And that's how it is implanted with the bank's strategy. We're actually using the product because we're developing it together jointly with a startup. The team is based in New York and Germany, and our typical check sizes are 3 to 5 million.
Fantastic. Thanks, Karen. So as you look at your portfolios, and since this is a global audience, can you give some examples of some global technologies that you've invested into and then incorporated into the operations?
Yeah. So first of all, we are investing in climate technologies, and climate change has no boundaries. So we definitely see the global effort towards developing and promoting climate-related technologies across the globe, from innovation and up until investments. So, for example, we started building the thesis around renewable molecules in the form of green hydrogen, green ammonia, and so forth. The mainstream business of Doral up until 2 years ago and continued to moving forward was around renewable energy, so solar energy, solar PV, wind connected to the grid. But we definitely identified the wave of the green molecules, like in the form of green hydrogen, for example. And we started investing and building the thesis. So we invested in some global companies from the US and also in Europe that are developing various kinds of electrolyzer technology. And the idea is to split water into generate hydrogen, green hydrogen. So, for example, Verdagy from Mossland in California, and Reverion from Munich, and H2 Pro from Israel, this type of investment that we've done. And later on, we educate our business units in our mothership on the new opportunity of renewable molecules as a project developer mindset. So instead of allocating the electrons that we produce in our solar assets, we can transform them into green molecules for other decarbonization purposes. Now, it's quite marvel and exciting to see how the global investment community support these companies. So we co-invested with companies from Singapore, from here, from Korea, like GS, like SK, and also Shell, the Dutch companies, the BHP from Australia, us from Israel, financial funds from the US, and you can definitely see how the world is getting together in order to promote these technologies. and we're pretty excited about it. So the way that we integrate these technologies later on is when we create these connections with the business unit, and then the role has become became another business development angle to project developer, as a project developer, to bring these technologies that we invested in into real world setting, into projects.
Exciting to hear. Congratulations.
Yeah, so we don't invest in the traditional sense, but the value in kind model that we have seems to be attractive to a lot of startups. That's why we've had 18,000 startups, hardware startups, actually go through the program. And the very first year, we give them access to our software, which is worth $90,000. And it's the gold standard when you talk about 3D design and engineering. It's called SolidWorks. So some of the examples are companies like, you might have heard about Boom Supersonic, that's trying to, or not trying to, but they are on their way to making supersonic flight commercial. So they got around $700 million of funding, and they already have contracts signed with United Airlines, American, and Japan Airlines. So they came to the program around 5 years ago, and now they are a successful company. Similarly, there's a company called Spark Charge based out of Boston. I'm also basically based out of Boston. I forgot to mention that. But when they came to us, they just had an idea. Two recent graduates from Syracuse University, they wanted to create or design portable battery chargers for electric vehicles. So using our software, when they got into the program, they built it successfully, and now they're a $110 million company. In fact, Mark Cuban and Laurie, they invested in the company. They won at Shark Tank. And in fact, the CEO, Josh, he was the person who introduced President Biden in the White House when President Biden was about to launch the new CHIPS Act. So these are two examples, but globally, there's so many companies from across the world, including some of them in Korea, that apply to the program, and the value in kind that we give through the program, it's a huge benefit, because the first year is free, second year is 70% off, and third year is 50% off. And then we take them to CES, VivaTech, TechCrunch. So there are multiple levels how we help them.
Fantastic. Gil, how about yourself? Karen?
Right. So it's really hard to not mentioning AI these days. Mr. Mo also gave us a keynote speech a few minutes ago, and yesterday's keynote speech, both of them were talked about the Gen AI, and that it's the same even for semiconductor manufacturing processes. We as a focused on the hardware equipment provider, but we also have an investment thesis around AI and Gen AI era. Because of the hype of AI and machine learning algorithm, we are actively looking into the startups across the multiple countries, across the global, who can bring their core technology within AI capability into the semiconductor manufacturing processes. I can give you 3 examples. 2 are our portfolio companies. One of our pipelines. One is developing the machine learning algorithm for the anomaly detection within semiconductor manufacturing process, and optimization and false alarm predictive maintenance applications. And we adapt that technology into our manufacturing system so that the AI can detect the false alarm, or predict when the tool can down ahead of the curve. And the second example is the metrology. Metrology is a huge step within the semiconductor manufacturing process. We conventionally leverage so many different sensors and so many different tools that detect potential defects on the wafer and finally chips. Now, we are looking into a company that provide a virtual metrology system that doesn't require the humongous equipment, but rather than a small number of sensors, and they develop the AI algorithm to have a similar or even better accuracy when it comes to the metrology and inspection step. The third one is a AI algorithm provider for simulation and modeling, which can help engineers to reduce their simulation time significantly. So conventional AI engineer or non-AI engineers could take 5 days or 7 days for their simulations, but this tool can provide in 2 minutes of simulation results.
Impressive.
Impressive.
Yeah, thanks, Gil.
Generative AI is such a hot topic right now. At Deutsche Bank, AI is very top of mind. We recently made an investment into a generative AI company. It's not been publicly announced. It was just recently completed. And this company actually went through our Entrepreneur in Residence program. So they worked with us from the beginning, and initially they had one idea, and we introduced them to several internal stakeholders to test that hypotheses and their idea. What ended up happening was they decided to pivot their product based on the feedback that they got from our stakeholders. So their company focuses on generative AI for financial institutions, and their use cases are super niche. They are saying that the big companies won't take these use cases because they're so niche, and that's why they're targeting them. It's been a success from our perspective because we are working with these startups, helping them, giving them subject matter expertise, and then they can provide their expertise on the technology, and they're building a product for us. And the idea is if it works at Deutsche Bank, it would work at the other banks as well.
That's a great. So Karen, I'm just curious, since you're offering both investment and some commercialization with that, are there restrictions with a company coming in and working with Deutsche? Are they, for example, allowed to have a similar relationship with a JP Morgan Chase or a Citi or a Wells Fargo, US Bank, what have you?
So we welcome the startup to work with all financial institutions. We don't have any restrictions on them because we want them to grow. If they grow, it would help us as well.
Fantastic. Great to hear. Thank you.
But I do want to say one thing, or at least sort of advice to startups that engage with corporates. I think that as long as the entrepreneur is really clear about the ask, what is it that he's looking for from the corporate, it will be very easy on the corporate to support him. And we try to switch the discussion with the startup instead of what is that we need, but more of how can we best serve you to demonstrate and showcase your technology and reach to the next either inflection point or proving or de-risking of the tech or what have you. And this is something that I think it's really, really important. Also, if you want to engage with a corporate, not necessarily for investment, but more of a discovery call because you are working on your product market fit or you want to have some advice, it's okay, it's totally fine. You just need to frame it and to manage expectations from the get-go, and you will find that there is a lot of good people around the table that would love to support you. Also, there are different approaches on how to interact with corporates. Some of them, and sometimes the innovation departments and the venture departments are very good early point to incorporate. But from the commercial aspect, if you're trying to do more on the commercial side, sometimes go directly to the business unit will serve you better, and trying to identify how the corporate is serious about you by having the discussion directly with the owners or the counterpart that the day after investment or even regardless of investment will be the ones that working with you. And I think it's really, really important because sometimes you can enjoy, I would say, this flirting discussion with the corporate, but not necessarily with the right shareholders and stakeholders within the organization that de facto will be the ones that working with you on hands-on. And I think it will be really, really important for you guys to distinguish between, and especially when it goes to very large corporations, to identify from the get-go that you're not wasting the time on the irrelevant departments. And it's all good, it's just a matter of communication. And especially when there are some corporations with some different culture backgrounds or different DNAs, I think that as long as you are clear on what you are up to achieve and what would like to achieve from the corporate, it will ease on all people involved in the discussion.
Great point. Could you guys each share one great success story within your portfolio, maybe even if it hasn't been realized yet, but getting new funding, getting new partnerships, what have you? But then in the interest of being fair, and since we all know that 75% of venture-backed companies fail, can you share a company that was a failure? And in both cases, what did you learn?
Sure. I mean, I think for me it's an amazing week because we just announced on our first unicorn in our portfolio. I think it was the end of last week.
Congratulations.
The company, thank you. So in 2.5 years to have one unicorn with, I think, 4 upfronts since we just invested, it's great. It's a great achievement. So Ascend Elements, it's a company that doing, it's an advanced materials company that recycle lithium-ion batteries and produce new active materials for batteries during their processes. So we have amazing investors, also from Korea, by the way, SK Ecoplant. And so decarbonization partners, Temasek and Qatar Investment Authority led their Series D, and we just now reached the status of unicorn. And this is something that I can share with you very modestly, but that we constantly underestimated the market when we just invested. And you know, sometimes you have good surprises. So and in this climate and energy tech landscape, I think that the general year of 2023, at least from our perspective, was quite a good year because the geopolitical game and the governmental tailwind and support that the Inflation Reduction Act and the Department of Energy in the US and Repower EU, so lots of governmental incentives into the space that provide a lot of support to companies. So from our portfolio, we have quite several companies this year that did some amazing up rounds. Learning that we had on a company that was less successful was more on our venture creation activities. Sometimes the corporate wants us to develop like new idea and to incubate a new technology or a new commercial activities. And the thing that we've learned that sometimes what we didn't walk through is throughout the entire process of validating this idea as we evaluate startup.
Yep.
So we did some shortcuts, because you know there was a tremendous push from the business unit, but in practice, when we wanted to create this as a company, it was a mistake to not evaluate it as a startup. So there was quite a few lessons learned from this one.
Great. How about the end? How about Karen? Given you're a very regulated industry.
One successful startup that we have in our portfolio is in the HR space. The company is called Skyhive. What they do is they take a look at your workforce and tell you, okay, your employees have XYZ skills, but right now, these are the new skills that they should learn. And they help you evaluate first what skills your employees have, and then how your employees can improve and learn new skills. So we made an investment into them, and with our funding, we also like to be a client of theirs. So now we're also using it at the company. And I think that shows, a lot of value of, first, we're giving you investment, but also we're bringing you into the bank and providing you that opportunity to work with large corporates. That way you learn what you can do to improve your product. In terms of company that did not work as successfully, a previous EIR company, entrepreneur in residence company that joined us, we did not make an investment into them. because we realized that their product they wanted to do to consumer first, and we're enterprise focused. So I think that even while we did not make an investment, we learned from that process, from the beginning, what we need to set in order for us to decide, is this successful or not?
Terrific. Gil?
From our perspective, when it comes to a success story, it's pretty much, like I mentioned, joint development agreements. We want our investee startup to bring the new technology or new device structure so that our tool can be enhanced or upgraded or improved to accommodate those innovative idea or concept. So what it happens to both entities, startup can leverage our capability to commercialize their seed idea. But for applied perspective, we can, add or augment our product portfolio by serving this startup's idea, and we can have a new product line that can, in the end, generate the new revenue line. So that's our best case playbook that we want to explore when it comes to an investment decision. When it comes to failure, I think timing is one lesson we learned. I assume that everybody is learning that when is the right time to invest. The technology is so cool, team is so wonderful, but timing sometimes doesn't work. And then it needs decades. Some people says it requires a village or community to build those startup into a successful story, but sometimes it takes more time. And then as a strategic investor, just putting into a equity investment is not something we can do well, but rather we can endure, we can trust, and we can leverage our own capability to make our investee startup to be successful by providing a lot of different angles in addition to the investment.
Fantastic, thanks. Harshad?
Yeah, so very quickly. So because we come, at I would say, the upstream of this whole process. So I was just looking at my phone, not playing, crunch, like whatever. But basically, I just received an email that one of our startups, ex-Sun, they just became the first European company to be verified as a fixed wing drone, by the European Union Aviation Safety to actually circle around the Earth and collect data. So these instances are success for us, and not only that, then there are companies like CellLink, which is actually 3D printing human cells. So using our technology, they designed and simulated their printers, and now they are a big company, and now they're called BICO. There are companies that have not worked, although the ideas were great, but there's so many factors because hardware is definitely hard. So there's a company called Digital Orthopedics that was actually taking the scan of the human leg and human foot and using CATIA and Simulia for simulation and trying to predict how well a performed surgery would do in 5 years. But these are some of the companies are in such difficult sectors. There's so many ecosystems that they overlap. It was difficult for them to maybe sustain. But yeah, it's always a mixed bag.
Terrific. So in the last 90 seconds, technology markets tend to operate through cycles, in roughly 3 to 5 year cycles. So we're in a bit of a lull right now on the exit side, right? With a high interest rate environment, not a lot of M&A activity, not a lot of IPO activity for exits. But when do you see that turning around? When do you see that making a change and getting more bullish? Is that in the next 6 months, the next 18 months?
Maybe I can kick off. I cannot predict 6 months, 18 months, but I have a faith that at least within the industry that I am currently working in, which is semiconductor industry, will go up to the right side of the angle. The market has grown from few billion to 500 billion for the last 70 years. And we have a consensus, everybody understands that for the next 7 years, the market will double up the size.
Impressive.
So right now, like a lot of people have capital, right? So people are trying to deploy. I mean, at least at Deutsche Bank, we are trying to deploy. So I think that the market is going to look up better in the next 18 months.
I think that's generally speaking, it's really, really, really hard to anticipate the market. So as long as you have a good company, a good product, you execute very, very well. Sometimes testing the water is a good approach to see if the market reacts or not. And as I see it, I mean, as long as when we will start seeing the shifting in interest rate goes slightly down, then I think it will open up. I guess from our colleague, the assumption is somewhere in the realms of 12 months-ish. So not 6 and not 18. But again, focus on good execution and great companies, as we definitely see, will always be great companies. You maybe have slightly less valuation or it takes more time to fundraise. This is definitely true. But don't try to predict and anticipate the market because it's really, really tough to do that.
Yeah. So you're running the most successful hardware program, I would say, around startups. So when SVB Bank thing happened, we could see a decline in the number of applications. But now they are back. And what I see is that more high-tech companies are coming, robotics, industrial automation companies, they are actually growing. So we see this growth within a 6-month kind of a cycle. But whatever you say, hardware companies are solving tough problems, and they are integrating AI and data elements into it. So I think this trend will keep continuing.
Great point. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you all for the enlightening session where we could share valuable insights and perspectives. Thank you once again, and you may now all return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we will now have a 10-minute break before proceeding to the second part of the discussion session. We look forward to your active participation during the upcoming session as well. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I hope you all had a good rest. Then, without further ado, let us proceed with the second part of the panel discussion session. I'd like to invite our moderator and panelists up to the stage. We have Mr. Michael Mo, the CEO of GSV Group, as our moderator today. He's now coming up on the stage. Please greet him with a big round of applause. As our panelists, we have Mr. Mitchell Weinstock, the venture partner of PSICK Ventures, Ms. Sarah Applebaum, the partner of Pangea Ventures. Thank you very much. And we have Mr. Dong-soo Kim, the CEO of LG Technology Ventures. And last but not least, we have Ms. Shelley Rao, the investor of Juniper Networks. Ladies and gentlemen, please greet them again with a big round of applause. Mr. Mo, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everybody. Really excited about this discussion. But let's start. Why don't you each give a little bit more of an introduction of yourself and what you're focused on with your job. Mitchell, why don't you go first?
Sure. My name is Mitchell Weinstock. I'm a venture partner at PSICK Ventures. PSICK Ventures is a corporate venture capital group. As a typical type of group, we align with the business units, so our job is to go out and find technologies that are interesting to the three large core sections that HP has. There's a large 3D printing group, there's a big print group that makes everything from the latex printers that you see, building printers, Vespa printers, and the things you might find in a Costco. And then there's the business that is known as personal systems. Everything from laptops, displays, Bluetooth printers, Bluetooth speakers, printers, you name it. So that CVC group has to go out and find things for the business units that they can actually use within their company. It's an interesting job, a small team, highly focused on helping them with that job. And we have two basic roles. One is a business development role, find things for them to sell, as well as investing in those companies and trying to help those startups grow. There's nothing better for a startup than a PO from HP to help them with their valuations, and we try to do that as well.
Sarah?
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. Sarah Applebaum from Pangea Ventures. We are a traditional corporate venture capital group, but we work with a number of corporations in collaboration, both as investors in our fund, co-investors, and other partners. We are a hard tech focused venture capital firm. And by that, I mean we invest in companies leveraging advancements in material science, chemistry, biology, and biochemistry. We believe that some of the world's most significant problems can really only be solved by science-based hard tech innovations, and you'll see that reflected in our portfolio. The areas that we're most active in today include climate solutions, which encompasses industrial decarbonization, technology supporting the energy transition, sustainability, and circular economy. We're also very large investors in agriculture, plant-based foods, and water treatment technologies. And of course, the environment with which we live impacts the human body, and so we also invest in human health and well-being through investments in point-of-care solutions, diagnostic tools, medical imaging, and similar businesses. We are typically a Series A investor, so we invest in companies whose technologies are out of the lab, there's evidence of product market fit, and they've at least collaborated with one meaningful partner. And we typically invest $4 to $6 million US as our first entry point into a company.
Great. Dong-soo?
Yeah, well, and I also came on the CEO of the Ventures. It's really an honor to be here. Since you mentioned LG Ventures is a corporate venture capital arm of the group. We're based in Silicon Valley, and we started in May 1st of 2018, so it's been more than 5 years. Currently, we're managing about $680 million of fund assets, and we invest in very broad areas of everything from materials devices to content services and things like that. We are Series A or later stage investor, and we really try to provide value to our portfolio companies by trying to help them
Shelley?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here. I work at Juniper Networks, which is a Silicon Valley founded and bred through venture capital, actually. It's a quite legacy success story. For those who don't know, it's a computer networking company who sells all the traditional hardware equipments, components of, the building infrastructure of internet, like switches, Ethernet related products. More recently, we've become more active in software as well, like firewall products, as well as any sort of enterprise-facing AI ops security apps. And more broadly, our themes are, we don't try to silo ourselves into categories. I would say we try to be open-minded and navigate the landscape of Silicon Valley in an agile way. And the way to do that is to almost behave like a startup. We are a CVC. However, I would say that we differ in the ways that we position ourselves. We like to be agile and we can act quick. We can write checks faster than, what I would say the traditional timeline would be for CVCs as well. And so with that said, we're very flexible as well in terms of our check size. We go as early as pre-seed nowadays. That's the trend that we're seeing. CVCs are becoming way more active in earlier stages. And as a result of that, I think there's no rules anymore as far as our venture arm goes. So yeah, happy to be here and happy to trade notes with other CVCs here as well. Thank you.
And maybe it's well known by everybody, but I think it'd still be useful if, in your own words, you describe the difference between a CVC and a traditional venture capitalist, and where, and also some of the trends that maybe you're seeing as this market keeps on evolving.
Yeah, maybe I can start as the only non-CVC on the panel. The primary difference for us is we are a financially motivated venture capital fund. And what I mean by that is our number one objective is to drive financial returns for our investors. That's why they back us, fund after fund after fund. And a CVC will also generally be looking for alignment within one or more of their business units and strategic objectives within the company. We work with over 24 corporations as investors across one or more of our funds. Typically, we are working directly with their CVCs as part of that investment, and so can assist them in deal sourcing, following market trends, understanding what's happening in North America in particular. We work with a lot of investors in the Asia Pacific region, Japan and Korea in particular. And then, of course, we co-invest with CVCs. We find that corporates bring a lot of value to the startups within which they invest because they're not only bringing capital, but they're also providing market access, market intelligence, and can really help pull these technologies and these companies through to the market and accelerate revenue ramp, adoption, and help them move into additional geographies as well.
I think one of the things that might not be obvious is that typical VCs want a lot of control. They want to take a board seat. CVCs are not so interested in that. Very often they'll take board observer seats where there's not as much control. They're not taking a voting situation. CVCs are on a spectrum of various different kinds of situations, so that varies between it, but a lot of the CVCs don't do that. You'll also notice that VCs, if you're doing well, will follow on constantly at every one of your milestones. CVCs may not be so good about following on in some cases. If a bad quarter, it may not work out. Sometimes it does, and it's really great. But VCs are really good about building companies, and CVCs are really good about aligning with strategy and helping those business units find ways to move that material through the system.
Well, I think it's a lot more difficult questions as to why the CVC people because there are many VCs out there and we all come with all different changing on, let's say, the objectives of, for instance, like we heard from others. Some are purely strategically driven. There are others that are, like for example, financial very important conditions and again, the structure very different. sheet. There are other CVCs who manage a fund. So it's just very complex questions to answer. But I think every time you meet a CVC, that you should really talk about. I should ask questions about how you're structured, what your motivation is, and in addition to the financial investment, what other value can provide.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very complicated question. I think that's where our role becomes very interesting is we have to be creative and we have to stay open-minded in terms of what that alignment is. And in the most recent cases I've seen, especially with the new AI wave, the most intricate or tricky part for a lot of these startups is actually validating the use cases and finding out exactly where the value accrues in the ecosystem and making sure that they're really going after the right problems with the right customers. So I think with a large corp, you do have a multinational distribution network, and that will help them obviously test and validate some of the use cases with people that are on the ground that are able to provide practical feedback that can really help them reiterate quicker and to avoid failure. Obviously, time is money in a VC or startup type mentality. The less you fail or the faster you fail, the better. And I think having a good corporate partner who can help you facilitate that process is really important.
So, the best startups, there's more capital than they need. So the value-added capital, how do you, either in the role as a CVC or in a traditional VC, what are kind of some of the key things that you try to articulate why your capital is more valuable than the person across the way?
Where do we start? So I think when we are engaging with startups, they're really interested in us for scale. I mean, we're interested in the R&D side of it. They've invented something that's interesting. And one of the reasons that maybe we don't follow on later on is that we already know how to do sales. We already know how to do scaling. That's where we really help out. When we're trying to take something and move it to a massive size in multi-languages in multiple countries, there's nobody that can do that probably better than HP.
Would you give just a quick example of when you've done that?
Yeah, we did that with Tile. Tile was running along very nicely with their little pieces. We actually built that into some of our laptops and turned that into a hub, which gave them enormous capabilities to be able to stretch their network in ways that they weren't thinking about when they built their first Tile systems out.
No. Good.
So there are three primary ways that Pangea Ventures differentiates itself from other investors in the VC landscape. The first for entrepreneurs is we are long-term partners. We, as a fund, have been around for over 20 years and consistently have invested in hard tech and climate solution ventures. Hard tech is challenging to build companies, to scale, to commercialize, and get to an exit or a liquidity event. And so we've learned a lot of lessons along the way. And we're not just there to back and support our founders when the market is really good and everything is up and to the right. We're committed to partner with our founders and our companies through market volatility. And we saw a lot of companies and new funds, especially around climate solutions, enter the market in 2020 and 2021. And we're now seeing a pullback in some of that capital. And we want our CEOs and our entrepreneurs to know that we're committed to continue to invest in this category for the long term. So that's number one. The second is around experience and expertise. As a long-term hard tech investor, we have helped many of our companies scale from an N of one installation to 600, 700 sites around the world to IPO and beyond. And so we can bring those lessons learned, those networks, and those expertise into the boardroom and to help our CEOs. And then the third is access to international markets and corporate partners. As I mentioned before, we work with over 24 corporations as LPs or investors across our funds, and we can bring all of those companies into the boardroom, introduce them to our CEOs within the portfolio. And sometimes those become very beautiful partnerships, customer-supplier relationships, R&D, sometimes co-investor or acquirer. And so those are the three things that we believe differentiate us in the market.
Yeah, for us, obviously, the biggest benefit that we can provide is help the startups to work with LG. Obviously, there are a lot of startups who wants to partner with LG in many ways, but likewise, there are a lot of people within LG who wants to work with startups to drive innovation. And one thing that we can provide is putting the startups in front of the right people within LG. I mean, LG has, I don't know, somewhat like 200,000 people working, and it's really hard to find the right audience for your technology or product. We have a very close relationship with people within LG Tech Ventures. We have a business development team that do come from LG, and they understand who's looking for what kind of technology. So we can usually put the startup in front of the right people. Also, we can coach the startup on how to communicate and talk to people within LG. Obviously, I mean, there's a big difference of culture between a Silicon Valley startup, for example, and somebody working at a giant conglomerate in Korea. And so just try to have the startups understand how to approach them and how to talk to them can also provide value. And third thing that we can do is also during the discussion, we notice there's always a lot of miscommunication at times because of the difference of culture, and that we can go out and try to mediate those miscommunications and try to have each understand the other side and help with the relationship that way. So that's.
So give just one example. The first piece that you said is a differentiator, navigating the complexities of the gigantic LG. What's an example of an investment you made where you're able to do that, and how you efficiently navigate that for the entrepreneur?
Yeah, so first company that comes into my mind is a company called InWorld AI. It's a generative AI company. What the company does is using natural language, you can generate a brain of a character, for example. By brain, you mean like his personality and how he. So there are definitely a lot of companies who can make chatbots for discussion, but we really want that the chatbot to have some kind of personality that you can program. So either being very kind and gentle, or aggressive, or very intellectual, you name it, right? So that can provide more diverse kind of conversations that you can have with using AI. So again, we invested in the company because it really had a very strong founders and very interesting technology. But we realized that that capability can be used in the metaverse also. So U+, our telco affiliate, has developed this Kiss World. What we call Kiss World is a metaverse for children, and within that metaverse, there are a lot of animals, for example, and kids want to go and talk to these different animals. You want to talk to the lion and tiger, and at the end, I mean, obviously, you want to create a chatbot that mimics the personality of those different animals. So a lion should probably be more, forceful and so forth. So they are partnering with InWorld to create all these different characters within the metaverse, and it's we really help the relationship by introducing InWorld to the U+ first, and then also helping with the relationships.
Shelley?
So
Specifically, Juniper Networks Ventures, how do you, what's your pitch to differentiate what you guys are doing vis-a-vis others, your competitors?
Ideally, I think we'd like the value to be already clear to them. Those are the type of founders that are usually in our network. But more recently, as we've tried to come up with ways that could reinvigorate our ecosystem, one of the ideas that we're trying to officialize right now is our access to enterprise data. So what Juniper has that is unique is these highly frequent, highly dense location services data that broadly companies like Google or Facebook just don't have access to, is because a lot of it is enclosed within the corp. And so what we're trying to do is to exponentiate our data platform by targeting startups that could have enterprise data use cases through location services APIs. And so that applies to a lot of use cases like IoT, edge compute, even more recently, generative AI based on location services predictions and targeted marketing within a specific enterprise type location like hospitality or more recently hospitality and warehouses. And we kind of follow the trends and the needs of the industries that we see in our customer base, and we try to find use cases that could be mutually beneficial for both and kind of leveraging our own advantage in the meantime. Yeah, so it could get niche-y sometimes.
Yeah, I made the point in my talk that the data shows that 62% of Gen Z wants to be an entrepreneur and do a startup. And I believe the statistic of college students, 65% want to work at a startup. Do you think, one, can entrepreneurship be taught? Or in other words, are entrepreneurs born or are they made? And if they can be taught, what are some of the key things that you look for in a successful entrepreneur?
One of the programs that I've engaged in to help with that is a group called Paragon One out of New York. They actually look at underserved communities of students that are in college that are very interested in both being VCs or entrepreneurs. And they put them through an entire set of classes. And then what we do is we layer on top of that a real assignment. I want you to go scout for hardware encryption that I can use in a printer. Or I want you to give me some customer discovery calls I need for a business unit. So they get a real assignment. And every week I have to go and mentor them and say, hey, this is on target, it's not on target. But what's cool about the program is, unlike an intern program, which I also have at HP to help with this, I don't have to manage the HR, I don't have to manage the icky parts of an intern. So I get 50 kids running out there, looking in places I don't have time to look. They learn from me every single week how I think about scouting, how I think about solving the problem, and they get immersed in this particular program. It's really great.
That sounds terrific. You know what the old saying is, you know how much it costs to train a venture capitalist?
$20 million.
About $20 million.
Yeah, if you haven't invested $20 million, you're not there yet.
Yeah.
So I think there are a couple things that are worth noting when talking about entrepreneurship and the desire for students and young people to become an entrepreneur and run their own companies. One is the nature of work has changed. No longer do you work for one company for 35, 40 years and they take care of you with a pension and good benefits and all of those things. You've got to look out for yourself because there's been especially in North America, an erosion of the social safety net. Number two, there's also been a massive glorification of the founder CEO, Zuckerberg, Elon, and others through, feature films and this, I don't know what the right word is, but this idolization of a founder CEO. And if you haven't raised $1 billion or $100 million at $1 billion valuation, that's not successful. And there are, hundreds and thousands of entrepreneurs that are running small and medium-sized enterprises that haven't raised a single dollar of outside money that are very successful. And I think, raising venture capital and building, a highly scalable tech company isn't the only way to be an entrepreneur and be successful. Second is around, can you teach entrepreneurship? Yes and no. I think you can provide really valuable education on the fundamentals of business, what it takes to look at a balance sheet, run, a P&L, how to manage people, how to engage with customers and sell, and sort of the nuts and bolts of running a company. But what you can't teach is what's in here, which is the soul and the heart and the grit and the desire to fail, or not the desire to fail, but the desire to be comfortable with ambiguity, the risk of failure, and the tenacity and grit that comes with hearing no 1,000 times from potential customers, from investors, and really having the conviction that you as an individual can create something where previously there was nothing.
I mean, needless to say, being an entrepreneur is a very difficult
job. I mean, there's many reasons why, in addition to long hours and a lot of work, but in many cases, especially if you're a first-time entrepreneur, there's so much that you need to learn. There's, I mean, you know, when you start a company, you probably have a good vision, and maybe your background is either technical or management, but nobody has all the skill set to become a successful entrepreneur. I mean, fortunately, I mean, there are a lot of resources out there that help you, that you should take advantage of, obviously, right? I think Silicon Valley is really good at that. A lot of entrepreneurs get together, discuss their problems, and share their know-how freely. I think that's a good way to learn things. I hope same kind of, I guess, culture of collaboration is established in Korea also. And also there are, you know, many kind of accelerators that can help you with some of the learnings that you need to do to both, you know, just hire the people and manage people and so forth. Your investors can be a very valuable asset also. Please, I mean, I always tell my portfolio companies to come out and just ask any questions you might have, because as an investor, you see many companies and you have a lot more experience on what, you know, what kind of companies succeed and what are some of the things that you have to be careful and watch out for. So again, I mean, all those, the experience can be very valuable. So it's just, you know, if you go out and try to, you know, take advantage of all the resources that are out there, then it'll definitely make your job easier. Also, but having said that, also you gotta, sometimes, you know, you just cannot learn everything. Different entrepreneurs have different skill set, and as Karen said, you know, sometimes you just maybe not, it's not your thing to, you know, start a company and go all the way through the finish line through IPO and all that. You know, maybe you're just more, you know, equipped to just at a very early stage of the startup. But once you realize, wow, this is not, you know, your area, then obviously a good option is to hire a more experienced manager, and you take another role in the company. I think that happens a lot more in the U.S., whereas here in Korea, I've seen that happen very rarely. But I think it's very important to know if and when is time to transition to another person to run the company.
So Shelley, are entrepreneurs born or are they made?
Sorry?
Are entrepreneurs born or are they made? And if they can be made, what are the characteristics that you think they can be taught?
I think you guys have brought up all super good points already. I guess speaking from personal experience, since I was more of a startup operator, I still identify myself more as an operator, having spent 5 years building and scaling very early stage startups all the way from C to Series B. The founders that I find the most, I guess, from an employee or partner perspective, the most exhilarating to work for are people that are mission driven. So people that, you know, have a singular focus on achieving the purpose of the startup, and they have unwavering conviction that that is how the world should be. And I think when you have someone who is passionate, not for the wrong reasons, and someone who believes that the world should be a certain way, I think all the rest can be taught or influenced in a way. So I think finding that drive and finding that genuine curiosity to achieve something is very important. Yeah.
So when you look at, you know, in the knowledge economy, and your companies are all technology, human capital driven businesses. How do you think strategically from a corporate VC standpoint about your ability, you know, to invest in companies that help your companies attract, retain, and develop talent? And you're looking at this kind of fourth pillar of the education system, particularly, Sarah, you made the point about all the different careers that a person graduating from college is going to have today. And the number one thing that they value from their corporation is the education and experience they get. So, I mean, from your perspectives, is that register in your, you know, kind of investment themes that you're looking to develop for your respective companies?
Like, you know, going to college and being in a corporate is kind of similar, because you have to build these relationships Now, if you're in school, you have to have a relationship between the housing department and the people that are giving you classes because you can't get the classes until you have a place to go. And you have administration that these people inside have to talk to each other and go around the system. That's what executive assistants do. They talk to different parts of the company and they help break through and make things happen. You're learning inside of corporate and how people operate and how they're motivated and how they decide to make decisions based on their KPIs and the bonuses they're going to get. You get to understand how all these mechanisms work. And if you're going in blind and you've never had these experiences, you can't really understand very well why people are doing things the way they happen to do it. So inside of a company, you can learn product marketing, product management, how things get out the door, why they don't get out the door when they're expected to. I think, good judgment comes from a bunch of bad experiences. You don't make them a second time. And if you're going to give up 10 years of your unrecoverable life to this thing that you want to do, having some solid business experiences that are both book learned and physically learned in places like companies that have process. Learning process isn't something that you can get just by finding a startup, but you learn process and why it's important inside corporates.
Yeah, Bellis?
Running a company and doing a startup is very different than working in a corporation, and I think you'll learn vastly more doing a startup, even if you're not the founder, than you will in a corporation, especially at the early stages, seed, pre-seed, where the company might be sub 10 people, and even though you're hired as an engineer, you might be jumping on sales calls or building a website or figuring out, the accounting and the balance sheet. So you get much more exposure to breadth of experience and skill set. On the corporate side, we support 24 corporates at Pangea Ventures. And what we see within our corporate partners is how attractive working on the innovation mandate is for their teams. So often it's part of, the tenure within the organization. You come from a business unit, you spend 2 or 3 years within the CVC, you learn how innovation from outside is adopted within the corporation, how it's sold and communicated to all of the different business units. And then some folks rotate back out and go back into a business unit or into a corporate development role. And so I think it's also really important for corporations to think about entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship, so the internal innovation, as part of their own ongoing employee engagement, education. And as you said earlier in your remarks, education doesn't stop the second you graduate from post-secondary education. It really is a lifelong experience and endeavor. And, I'm still learning every day. And I hope I continue to do that until I'm, 100 plus if Time Magazine is right.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I second that learning is a lifelong process. You got to continue to learn. But the big difference is that after college, when you are, either working for a big company and even more so when you're an entrepreneur, is that you really have to think really hard on what to learn and how to learn. Unlike school, where your teacher decides, okay, you're going to learn this, and we're going to teach you. It's really up to you to determine what you're going to learn and also how much time you're going to spend learning it. Because although we want to learn as much as we can, we don't have infinite time. So we got to decide, prioritize what we need to learn first and how to do it. And then second of all, the big difference is like when you're, especially an entrepreneur, you learn by doing things. So when you're in school, you learn through books and reading things. But when you're an entrepreneur, some of these things you just cannot learn unless you just do it yourself and see how it happens and sometimes make mistakes. And probably that's the best way to learn.
Yeah, again, you guys are all well said. I think that maybe the only thing I would add to that is when corporates filter for potential candidates or startups, it's important to focus less on the content of the education, because I think everyone can learn if they have that willingness to learn, and it's more the aptitude to be adaptable, and also that willingness to be curious. So as you guys have already mentioned, that lifelong learning concept, not as a box to check because you want to be learning, because you're told to learn, but actually you're curious about something and you actually put in the time to be educated on it because it's your curiosity. So I think it's the traits also are important. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I like to say because the world's so dynamic today, you look at this idea of somebody asks you, are you educated? You say, well, it'd be like if I asked you, are you physically fit? You say, oh yeah, for sure, I ran a marathon in 2004. Well, if you hadn't done anything since, it's sort of a ridiculous answer. I think the same is true with learning today. But we have, 6 minutes left. I have a bunch of questions. So what I'd ask to do is see if you could respond as succinctly as you can to some of the things I'm going to ask you. The first being, talk to all of us about a success that you had in your role as a VC and what you really learned from it. Get specific about the company or kind of what the learning experience was, but just real quickly, and since, Shelley, since you always get the last, you get to start.
I think successes are few. It's mostly failures for me. And I think that's always been my approach to, I guess, any role is to just embrace failure. And that's no different at a CVC. I think, you have every intention to have things done one way, but most likely than not, it won't turn out that way. So I think what I've learned more, because I'm very early, I think still in my career, is to just be able to see the situation from someone else's perspective and being able to reiterate and not give up and just keep pedaling forward. I don't have a specific instance in my mind because I think, I serve the startups that I work with and they're all successful to me in their own ways. But I think that's what I have for this question.
Actually, I always tell my prospective employees, saying the best part of being either a venture capitalist or corporate venture capitalist is that you're learning things constantly. And you learn the most when you talk to the entrepreneurs, at least I feel. Especially when you meet the company for the first time and you're trying to learn the technology. I mean, all entrepreneurs, when they're making a pitch, they're eager to teach you, right? I mean, more the prospective investor knows, more likely they'll invest in your company. So you can ask all sorts of questions about technology or management, all that, and they'll just try to explain as well as they can. And that's I found it really valuable. I learned so many things from many entrepreneurs throughout my career that it's just I'm very grateful to. And then second of all, okay, I just lost my train of thought, but okay, that's a good.
Yeah, jump back in if you remember. So maybe I'll share, something of a more personal anecdote because I agree with everything Dungsu said about, venture capital really is lifelong learning and continuous learning as we engage with entrepreneurs. But on a personal note, I've been working as a VC for over 10 years now, and it is a double-sided marketplace. When you are a non-CVC fund, you need to go out and learn sales and fundraise and bring in new investors. And so that's really a role that I've taken on in the last 2 years. In addition to my investor role of working with startups, it's also fundraising and sales. And that's been a challenge that I've really enjoyed and embraced. And I'm learning a whole heck of a lot about selling that I didn't know before.
I think, success in a VC has a lot to do with learning. I think that this job allows me to see the future. I'm literally getting to see what's going to happen 4 years from now. The nascent startups that we're seeing today will be commercially viable things that will get to the public probably within 4 years. So this job allows you to see what everyone thinks, like, oh, I'm going to buy Google on the first day of the stock. And they think the red herring's the big deal. They have no idea that 10 years before Google went public, all this was going on. So this is a great thing. It's that vision that you get to see that. Now, we have a small team of 5 people. In the 8 years that we've been doing this, we did 20 investments, 60 commercial deals, made business people happy inside the business units. That's amazing success, for a small team looking worldwide, running around the world trying to find the right kind of companies.
So, yeah, and I'm going to skip to a geographic question. So you guys are, three of you are from Silicon Valley. Sarah, you're kind of from Silicon Valley. Vancouver it's close enough. Yeah, you're here in Korea. Do you see this idea that basically talent's everywhere? And look into how you get connected to them. Why are you in Korea? What do you see going on here? How do you think about creating the kind of a global investment strategy? I'll start with you, Sarah. Because you looked
Sure.
away.
So from Silicon Valley North, this is my first time in Seoul, first time in Korea, and I've been absolutely so impressed and blown away by the innovation ecosystem here. We are here, we have a number of Korean partners, big conglomerates and corporations that we work with, both as investors in our fund and co-investors in North American startups. Talent is global, climate, food and agriculture, human health are all global problems. And so, as we heard yesterday, Korean entrepreneurs need to think about the global ecosystem and building for export at some point in time as they look to scale and grow. And so, would love to help any Korean entrepreneurs that are looking at bringing their product, service, solution to North America. If they're a fit for our mandate, happy to have that conversation.
Great.
I think Korea is great because you got an amazing amount of government help. I mean, maybe more so than most of the other countries that are out there. There's a hunger for success that I see from the startups here that isn't necessarily worldwide. And there's a lot of hard tech coming from this area. As a hard tech investor, not everybody wants to do sensors and chips and this sort of thing, and HP loves that kind of thing. So finding things that are just not dog walking apps is really interesting, and a lot of the interesting things do come from Korea.
Awesome.
Yeah, I agree. Korea startups, it's really good to see that there's a lot of traction nowadays. I've been here 10 years ago, actually, while I was on exchange, and it's always endearing to come back and see how much has changed in just the course of 10 years. Especially, I noticed that you guys have, Wi-Fi in a pocket. Like, that is crazy. And that's not something that's ever available in North America. And I thought that, wow, like, why can't we, have innovation like this? And I'm sure it's a broader, more complicated problem. But just, seeing how innovation can be reiterated in different ways and have products that are more consumer friendly and that are, from a pricing perspective as well, more reasonable. I think it's always good to see that inspired. Yeah.
So Dong Su, you got the last word.
Yeah, so again, I kind of skipped that question because working for a big Korean company, the question should be, why am I in Silicon Valley? but
Okay,
that's where the center of
you were
innovation
right.
is.
Better question. Go ahead, answer that.
Yeah. So again, that's I really believe that's been traditionally the center of innovation, and there's just innovation culture that is there, not just people always looking for new next thing, but also the type of collaborative environment between the different entrepreneurs and the investors, all that just really promotes innovation that I think is parallel to none in the world. So, but again, but Silicon Valley is now that culture is expanding, as you know very well, and it's just worldwide. I see a lot of that happening also in Korea. That Korea is becoming more Silicon Valley-like. There's a lot more, just exchange of ideas and thought, and it's demonstrated by the quality of the startups that I see every year. It's been continuously go up. So I'm very excited.
Well, thank you all for a terrific conversation. Please give them a hand. Thank you.
Thank you all for the wonderful and insightful session. You may now return to your seats. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another big round of applause. Thank you very much. I believe it was a truly meaningful time highlighting the importance of corporate as the fourth pillar of education, because after all, education is a lifelong journey. Ladies and gentlemen, we are only left with one last presentation for the session, and this will be delivered by CEO Mr. Henry Sang, from Innovation Refinery, and he'll be joining us via Zoom. So as soon as the stage is ready, I'd like to invite him to our screen. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we had some latency due to technical issues. Thank you for your understanding and patience. Now we have Mr. Henry Sang, our last presenter, waiting for us via Zoom. He will be presenting on Americanizing your product, doing business research at trade shows. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Can you hear us well?
I can hear you fine. Can you see my slides?
We can't see your slides yet. Yes, we can now. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm very happy to be here. I think it's noon in Seoul, so hopefully you're going to have a good lunch. It's night here in San Francisco. I was asked to give this talk to try to help companies as they attempt to come into the United States. And what I am is a very hands-on tech manager. And so what I'm going to share with you is material and techniques that we developed while actually in big companies, but it's just as applicable for small companies. So let me just get into it. Let's see, how do I advance? It's not advancing. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so, oops, too many. So one of the questions is, I've got success in my home market, say in Korea. Does that translate to be success in the United States? Are you ready to go? Well, you know, that depends, right? You might have something that's a plug compatible thing. Let's say you're making some type of electric part or plumbing piece or something like that, in which case, maybe you just translate the labels or something like that. On the other hand, you could be at the complete opposite end, and something that works in one market doesn't work in the United States at all, right? And there are things like that. And then there's a lot of stuff in between, and that's what we want to talk about. And how do you try to tune it up so that it does work? How do you Americanize the product? So you can see that actually a large part of the spectrum and the speedometer, it needs additional work. More often than not, the use case that worked in Korea is similar, but not the same as the United States. You have to remember, the United States is huge, and things are done different by region. You know, for example, in Korea, you have to grow a lot of tomatoes in greenhouses, whereas in the United States, well, there's another part of the country that's warm enough to grow it in any one season, so you just do it outside. While you think of us as a big country and we've got population, we're still mostly very rural. We have very different types of weather. And there are, I think, 7 main time zones used by the United States. There are 4 major ones, but we've got a lot of time zones. Not as bad as Russia. The other thing, though, we have is, while English is our official language, we are definitely a multilingual and multicultural country, and increasingly so. Immigrants make up a large part of our population, as they always have. But yet we don't have excellent public transit like you have in Korea. We have a lot of space. Public safety is a very different situation. So, you know, there are things that are similar, but they're not the same. Now, the part, though, that I think catches a lot of people by surprise is sometimes you can find extremely different alternate use cases in the US market. And some of these could be highly valuable. They could have high priority. What you want to do is some customer that has a burning desire to buy your product, they have the money, and they want it tomorrow. Those are the types of customers that you'd love to find. So sometimes you can find an opportunity, and it may actually be a bigger opportunity. Other times you might find out, because of the way the US market wants to buy something, there are attached products so you can make more money. So another thing that's kind of critical to understand coming from Korea is, in Korea, technology credibility is kind of the number one thing for a startup company or a product inside of a big company. Whereas that's not so much the case in the United States. The number one thing is customer credibility. Do you really have a problem? Does the customer think you understand their problem and understand the constraints, how they need to buy it, all the other types of things, so that they want to think that you actually really understand them? And in terms of our investors, you'll find a similar type of thing, whether it be a venture capitalist or a CVC. They want to know that you know the customers inside and out, and the customers, trust you. They would love to actually talk to your customers before making an investment. They also are wanting to see that you have really great business skills. You know your numbers. Yeah, in a seed stage, you don't have to worry about it. But if you're going to go for an A round or a B round, you have to be ready to really pass some significant due diligence investigations. They want to see that they know that you know how to use their money to do the right things, and you have the right milestones and checkpoints and ways to fix it. So these are the things that you have to understand coming into the U.S. market for that. Okay, well, how do you Americanize something? Well, the key thing is you have to actually understand how that's going to be used and sold in the U.S. market. The number one thing that people have to understand is you have to have the right vocabulary for the U.S. market. Now, I don't mean exactly a different language per se, but in different industries, you use words differently. You also understand they'll use shorthands and abbreviations for how they describe their business problem or their frameworks, dependencies. Now, of course, the other thing you really need are contacts. Customers, number one, partners, lawyers, experts in the market, things like this. So when you go into the market and you're trying to understand things, you got to find, how do I find the first guy who sold a lot of these types of things in the United States who can introduce me to customers so I can find out more about it? That's one thing to do. But in this talk, we're going to talk about how do you do that also by using trade shows and conferences. And the other thing is to understand the buying ecosystem, because there are a variety of different types of things that need to be addressed beyond exactly your direct customer, because your customer oftentimes depends on other customers. So, or other partners or people that provide input or output. We'll talk about that a little bit in a minute. Okay, so why do you want to go to, we want to go to trade shows and conferences? Well, there was this bank robber in the United States, and back, 150 years ago. His name was Willie Sutton. And a reporter asked him, Willie, why do you rob banks? And Willie Sutton's answer was, that's where you keep money. And so that's why he robs banks, right? Well, the reason you go to conferences and trade shows is because that's where the right type of people are. Now, this is an important thing. Many times, people coming from abroad, not just Korea, think that the best trade show to go to is CES. And CES is a great show. It's got all kinds of different things, but it may not have the right type of people that you need to talk to. Or if it does, they're one of the million people walking around, and so finding them might be difficult. So you might want to think about it. I would go to a topical trade show. So if you're dealing with something in ag tech, go to an agricultural trade show. If you're going to deal with something in K-12 education, go to education trade shows, because that's where all of the right types of people are. And you get a mix. You got customers, influencers, partners, competition. You got all kinds of people, but you got them all together. It's one of the trade shows are an amazing thing. And what I'm going to show you how to do is to do research on people at the trade shows. Tell you the techniques for doing it, because trade shows and conferences are great. It's one of the few times when your competitors will tell you and everybody else around you what they're trying to do. And you can actually listen in a lot of times on conversations where they are having with customers. It's allowed at a trade show. Okay, the other thing that you might find is you might get really lucky and find one of these other opportunities. Someone brings it up and you go like, whoa, that's really key. I didn't know that. These things happen quite often. Most people just don't pay attention to that. I was just talking to a Korean company today about how they could use their product in a very different area. And it would probably be, 6 times bigger market. I was like, great, but they didn't know about it. So this is an opportunity to actually go out and find these new issues and and opportunities. Okay, so let's get ready to start this race. First thing to understand is you have a lot of different types of people there. What I show in this word cloud are the goals that you might have. And you can see it's many goals. One of the top ones is I need to find customer leads. I really want to do that. But I also, if I can find a new use case, that's great. If I can understand the ecosystem or the vocabulary, it's great. Understanding customers' priorities, who's doing the installing, what are their expectations? There's a lot of different things. And you can't go there and expect someone to give you an ordered list of this type of stuff. You're finding, bits and pieces all over the place and sometimes stringing things together. The three main groups, though, from your perspective, are customers. And now the customer, when they're going there, they're trying to do different things, like what's new in the market, or what else can I learn about upcoming technologies, things like that. Other booths are there. You probably, we're not saying you have a booth at this. Some of those people will be, potentially direct competitors, could be partners, but they're out there for a good reason. They're there to get customer leads. That's what they want to get. They're there to get customers, sell products if they can. They have to, in order to sell, a lot of times you have to educate people on your product and show off for partners, because they need partners to help them, expand their business. Now, once again, you have your goals. We talked about that before, but you have to understand each of these groups, while they're there for similar things, they all have different goals. Now, I want to talk a little bit about an ecosystem and why this is important. In the middle on this drawing, you see the big blue is your customer. And now is going to be the case that they have inputs from suppliers or partners or some other type of, it could be physical, it could be financial, it could be all kinds. They have inputs. They also have outputs. They sell to customers. They have a reseller system. They have other partners on the outbound. So there's a lot of different groups. And in fact, it's many layers deep, because your customer might have another customer. So there are multiple levels. Going into the United States, and the customer ecosystem, you may find, can be very different from the one that the customer ecosystem is in Korea. So you want to be cognizant of that. It's actually one of those cases where you should evaluate all your assumptions, because if you're making an assumption for something and it turns out to be critically not true, that puts you in great risk of success. So one of the things that when you go to talk to a customer, what you really want to do is to travel and expand throughout their ecosystem to understand, because there can be things that can stop you from selling it. For example, this literally happened. I saw this happen. Customer, some department in this big company, they want to buy your product. It was a good fit for what they needed to do. It looks like they had the skills, they had the budget, everything looks great, except one of their partners was the IT department. And they came back and said, we're super busy, we're doing all these other things, and it's going to be at least 2 years before we can install that change, that new system. Well, 2 years, that just killed the deal, right? So you need to understand, when are their partner problems for your customer that can lead to it. Or another thing could be that I can do this, I can afford it, but this means that it's going to require change in my supplier or one of my partners, and they can't necessarily make those changes right away. Well, once again, that puts your sale at risk. So you have to do it. Now let's get into actually, how do I get that vocabulary, the contacts, and the ecosystem? The first thing to understand is the timing on a trade show. Usually a trade show is together with a conference. It doesn't necessarily open the first day of the conference. Sometimes it's the second day. And the first day of the trade show is the busiest day. And so if you're taking a look at crowd size, you're going to see something like this. And the first thing you note is that day after day, it gets smaller, right? A lot of people, disappear by day 3 and day 4. You also notice that not all times are equal. There's a time, for example, lunchtime. So it's typically going to be 12 to 2 o'clock when it's lower. But there are peaks and valleys throughout this. Now, this is important because I'm going to talk to you about two different ways you're going to do research. You're going to do experiments in this. One is fishing and one is hunting. So, and I know a lot of people in Korea like fishing. I've seen tons of fishermen in Korea. I haven't yet seen anyone catch a fish, but I've seen a lot of fishing. So when you go fishing, you don't know what you're going to catch, right? It's an unknown. You're throwing the bait out there. You're throwing the net. Hopefully something's going to be there and you're going to catch it, but you don't know what it is. But it's okay because you're just, trying to get lucky on this. So with fishing, one of the key things you want to do is learn how to sound like the customer. So this is the vocabulary part. You want to find some contacts. You want to understand why they're thinking about stuff and how they describe what they're doing, what things they say they absolutely need, what things they can't have. And you don't know this necessarily for the US market. So you have to learn it from them. And then you also would like to understand how the competition or potential partners position themselves. How do they talk about it? Because they're already in this market longer than you, at least. And so you want to learn from them what do they work and what doesn't work and what do people push back on. So the first 2 days are really important with this because when it's very crowded, typically you're going to get more chances to meet people and also to listen in. So think about what happens. You're there, everybody's pushing together. You go around the conference very quickly and you find booths of other companies, competitors or partner things that are related to your industry that you're after or your product. And you want to learn from them. So you want to find out who they are. And you go and find one of these booths that has a lot of people pushing up. Now, a typical booth will have a table, a salesperson is standing behind it, a marketing person standing behind it, and you and a whole bunch of other people are standing on the front of it. And somebody's asking them questions. Look for the ones that are having a really strong conversation. It's very active and they're loud and stuff like that. And just stand up there with them like you want to talk to the vendor too. And you can listen. It is legal. It is ethical to listen doing this. And this is one of those few times you could do it. And the customer might be asking them about various details or talking about how would this work? I had this issue. What about financing? What about integration with this other software system? I need this to work in with Salesforce.com, or I've got these regulatory. You can listen in. And here's a key thing. You must take notes. Now, it's generally not okay to take pictures or video. If you had one of those things where you have audio to text, maybe that's okay. It's kind of a gray area, but you want to capture a lot of information that's being said. So at least have a notebook and be taking notes and have some codes for what is a constraint, what's an issue, what are some of the other things, and capture what these people are talking about. It's very important to do this, as you're going to see. If you hear words and stuff like that, write them in the margins. Learn how to talk like they're talking. And you can even go into some of the booths that may have a bigger booth and they're doing presentations like at a stage on what they're doing. Go sit down and do this. But if you find someone having one of those great conversations and it appears that the customer really knows what they're talking about, they seem to be a senior person, they seem to be, perhaps an executive or directly an operations person, and they know a lot, then you want to go and follow them. So that person stops talking to the thing and they turn and they leave the booth. You might follow after them shortly and go and introduce yourself. Okay. Now they don't know you, you don't know them, but what you want to do is this is where those notes come in handy. You go up to them and say, look, I'm super impressed by you. You really understand this. You're an expert in these areas, and I'm trying to learn some stuff about it. you said, and then you list off 2 or 3 things they said. You said that, this has got to be this way, or this got to be like that, or, that we need to have these types of regulatory things dealt with. And I think I'd really like to understand a little bit more about those things. In fact, I have a question. If you can come up with a good question, ask it at that point. And they will a lot of times they will stop and talk with you. The key thing though is if you can recite something that they said, that's an absolutely key thing, because when you paid attention to them and you echoed back what you heard, 2 things happen. First of all, oh, this guy paid attention. And he paid attention and he said something I said. So obviously, anybody that pays attention to me goes up in my book. They're a better person, right? They're smarter, right? They listen to me. So that's why they got to be smart. And, but, people are really busy and they're probably rushing off. They might have friends who say like, look, I tell you what, I have a bunch of questions. Can I have a follow-up with you in a few weeks? And notice I said a few weeks. I'm not saying tomorrow, a few weeks. And you hand them your card, okay? And you ask, could I get your card? And half of the time or more, since you show them respect and paid attention to them, they will give you their card. They will give you their card. And so now you have an opportunity for a good contact. Anything else they said during that, when you stopped and asked them about it, write down notes on that, okay? And then you can even ask, who else did you recommend that I go look at while we're at this? And they'll say, oh, go over this booth over here. But let them go away. Now, how do you do the contact? Do not call them right away. If you are going away to a conference and you're a manager, an executive, you're gone for a few days, your email is filled with hundreds of messages, you missed a bunch of meetings, and now you have to play catch up. So it's going to take you at least a week and a half to recover from being gone for most of a week. So what you need them to do is get through that, get caught up, not be rushed. And then you want them in about 3 weeks or 4 weeks to get an email. You want to send them an email. Once again, you want to be very polite about it. And you want to say, remind them, I met you at this conference. You were asking these questions at the Penn Ventures booth. And I was really impressed because you said A, B, and C. You list out the 3 things that they said, they talked about. And you say, I think these are real important for me. I need to learn about them. I have a few questions. You might list a few of the questions, but, be best probably if we just talked on the phone or a Zoom meeting, or can I take you to lunch and talk about it? Now, once again, they won't remember who you are. 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, they were rushed. They met a lot of people. They probably don't remember who you are unless you had like green hair or something like that, right? Carrying a bunny rabbit. They're probably not going to remember you. And I don't recommend having green hair or carrying a bunny rabbit, these things, because they look at you and say you're weird. But if you, once again, remind them of the topics that were discussed, and you use the terminology and the types of words that they used and in the context they used it, once again, they say like, I don't remember this guy, Henry, but, I'm pretty sure I did say that. And so I'll talk to this guy because he's paid attention. Once again, by showing that you pay attention, they will talk to you. And this is a critical thing because you're not going to get all of the information out of them in one time. You need to have an ongoing set of conversations with them. You need them to introduce you to other people who can help you even more so you can map out their ecosystem or talk about different things. Because most people have been in a more senior position, know people in a lot of other companies that are doing similar things to they are. Maybe they worked in those companies, and these people can be a source of great introductions. And it might not be exactly if they're the right person. They say like, look, I know about this, but I got this guy, Henry, that works for me, and he knows a lot about it. Let me set you up with him. So that's the important thing. Another thing I caution you not to do, if you're trying to learn, please don't try to sell your product. This is not the time to do that. This is the time to show them respect, get information, and get more contacts and opportunities to talk with them again. Now, it's not just trade shows, by the way. In the conference sessions, you might go to some of the conference sessions on the first day or some of the other days, right? It's a good place to, after you've been on the trade show, to just sit down for a while because your feet and your back hurt. Look for the sessions that have a survey talk. Usually it's the first talk of the session. It might be a keynote. And they're talking about all the changes that have happened in the last year in this particular area, the new types of products that come out, and advances and things that they think will happen. And those are good. Also, you might find one of your competitors is giving a talk on some new application they had for their product. Very educational, right? Once again, take a lot of notes. Figure out who's done things. Also look at people who are asking questions. Okay. Now, at the end of a talk, typically the speaker will go to the back of the room. And what happens then is people from the audience get up and they go to the back of the room to ask the speaker questions. So you can go back there and you can meet with them. They will typically have their cards ready. And you can give them your card, talk about stuff. But once again, they're probably going to be swamped. If they're swamped, don't try to push it too much. Just try to get their card. But you've taken plenty of notes. You can do the 3-week thing again. So there are a lot of different things that you can go. Oh, one of the other things is quite often, there will be 1 or 2 people in the audience that ask some really good questions of the speaker. Those people are also good targets. So you might want to follow one of them out and say, hey, do the same thing. Hey, I heard your question. You asked this question. And it said, what else were you thinking about when you asked that question? And they'll come and say, look, I'm in a hurry. You do the card exchange thing and you do the 3-week contact. So that's how you went fishing, just to find some contacts. Now, if you start to look at the later part of the market, the thing, now you want to start to consider going hunting for partners. So what does that mean? Well, when the crowds have gotten thin, then it looks like in this picture, there's just not a lot of people around. Most people in the booth are sitting around. It's probably day 3 or 4. If you've ever been in a booth on day 3, your brain is it's all fuzzy because you don't remember half the people you talk to. You're bored, you're tired. You may have been out partying last night, so it's tough. But this is a great time to go out and find system integrators and installers and other partners. So what you want to do is go back to them. And if you heard them talking with someone before, go back and say, hey, look, I heard you guys or one of the guys in this booth talk to a customer about A and B, and they said they're going to do this. Could you explain that to me a little bit more? And some of them will talk to you to say, hey, is your product manager for that or your CTO available? And a lot of times they're not, they're busy, but sometimes they'll have the cards for their CTO or product manager. Now, once again, it's a really good time to gather information. When they are talking with you, you are taking notes again. You're getting people's names. Hey, Joe Smith at this, you're talking to me. Joe, it's great to meet with you. Now, let me ask you some of these questions because you can use that information later. When you're going hunting for very specific people, you might be looking to hire an employee. You might be looking for someone who can help you do business development. You might be looking for a contractor. And so you can look for various people that can help your company. Now, when you come to the United States, if you're going to form a company in the United States and go for it, you need to have people that can do these things. And they don't necessarily have to be full-time. They could be a contractor. They could be a consultant. What you have to do is find who can help you. So you go out there, you talk about their products and services, you meet somebody that's going to say, wow, you know a lot about this. How long have you been in this industry? You take opportunities to write this stuff down. Now, if it's a partner company, potentially, you can ask them, hey, are you interested in a new, vacuum cleaner or whatever you're manufacturing? And they'll say like, well, we're not really sure. You should be talking to the product manager or CTO. That's when you ask them for their cards. You can ask them, well, what types of things do you sell? What do you install? How do you do this? What's the typical process that you use? What types of customers do you guys like to go after? And they'll tell, a lot of them will tell you things, right? They'll want to know, are you a competitor? And you should tell them, I'm trying to investigate this market. I don't have a product on the market right now. I don't know if I'm a partner with you or a competitor, or if I'm even going to do this market. They're like, okay, some of them will tell you to go away. That happens, but a lot of them will actually let you talk. And especially if you can come back to some of them and you can say like, hey, remember that guy that was talking to you the other day? What a funny guy that was. And they're going to chuckle. Yeah, that was really weird, wasn't it? So go hunting in these booths. And I oftentimes go to look for employees or contractors. So when you find one of these people and they seem like they really know what they're doing, say, you don't happen to be looking, do you, for a new job? And you don't want to ask this in front of everybody there because it's embarrassing. They're going to have to say no. But a lot of times they'll say, yeah, not really. But I say, well, do you want to give me your card? And just in case, let me give you my card. And you give me your card. And just in case, something comes up, let me know, because things happen. Or you say, like, do you have any buddies that are really good in this area too? Could you, if any of them are available? And they'll say, oh, yeah. Actually, you know somebody who's probably going to move on, or they want to move to a different location. So you do this. Oh, here, let me give you a card and an extra card. Can you give this to them, or make us an introduction via email? And I like to talk to them. So they can do all kinds of things. One of the things they can give you is opinions about a lot of stuff. But once again, try not to talk about your product, because this is all about getting them to talk. Okay, so to kind of recap, you're going to go to when the trade show is near empty, to go hunting. You're going to find those vendors that have interesting potential overlaps in terms of partnering, or being a system integrator, or a reseller, or a competitor. And you want to find who in their booth might be able to help you, and ask them for, the opportunities to meet the product manager or the CTO or CEO, and ask for the business cards if they're not there. Once again, they're very tired. They won't remember you. So take all of those notes to prove you actually talked to them. I can tell you that, I've had people contact me and say, like, I talked to John Holtzimer in your booth, and he mentioned you weren't there, but he mentioned that this and this problem were something you all were looking at, and you were looking for a solution that might be able to fill it. And I think we might be able to help there, but I need to know more about your problem. And now I'm there, and I'm sitting there, and as a product manager, I'm saying, like, yeah, I know John Holtzimer was there. Okay, got that. And he would say stuff like this. So this guy looks legitimate to me. This is back again, it's your notes and all you're paying attention is going to greatly increase your credibility here. And the more you can use the type of language, the type of words, and the context they're using, the greater you're going to be able to do this. Once again, take those 3 weeks to follow up, because people are tired going home. So now, how do we fine tune this? We're getting to the end right now. So the very first message is, be a nice guy. Use your opportunity to just have a conversation with other people. Become a witness. And I'm using that word witness. You are witnessing conversations with customers. Get their cards, get the notes, try to get a quotation. A quotation is wonderful. You can ask qualifying questions. Excuse me, did you mean this or that? Or, could you give me an example? And those types of things are fine. Don't object. Don't push back. Don't say no, unless you really, really strongly want to say no to something, right? Watch the demonstrations. Watch how they position themselves. see who else is in their ecosystem, who else is in their booth, who do they talk with, how they go, and start to say like, oh, how do you get installed this? How do you do this? What do you do when you have to remove old equipment? Who takes care of that? You know, you can ask these things. A lot of times they'll tell you. War stories and success stories are great. So when you're talking to somebody and you hear them say, oh my God, this went bad this way. This is a typical war story. You want to sit there and you want to listen to that and you want to jot it down. And because war stories are another thing you can go up to ask people and say, you know, you were telling me about this disaster that happened and it was something like this. Well, what's the story behind that? And people like to tell war stories or success stories. They just do. It's like it's fun, right? So you know, those things will also do it. Now, there's another thing that I mentioned here in red. Remember at around 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock, there's a dip in the number of attendees because people are going to lunch. Now, if you're lucky, you can leave and find a good restaurant. But a lot of times you're just pushed for time. And so they're selling food at the back of the trade show hall. And it's expensive and really terrible food, you know, really bad for you food, you know, like really salty hamburgers or something, pizza, something like that. And it costs 3 times as much as it should, even for a good one. But that's where it is. You go back there and they have a bunch of large round tables that can hold 10 to 12 people. And you're going to just find one that's got a spot with a bunch of other people and sit down and start eating your lunch. But listen to the conversations that are going around the table, or see someone and, you know, if somebody looks up, asks, hey, you know, what do you think about the trade show? You know, what have you seen that's really cool? And when you ask one person at the table, half of the other people will look up and listen, right? And so they say, what was really cool is, I guess, like, do you think that was a big change? Like, well, why do you think it's really cool? And they'll explain it a little bit. And some of the other people might start talking. And then when you do that, you can look at one of the other ones and say, what do you guys see? Are you seeing something really nice? You know, which booth do you recommend? And a couple of them will always have, oh, I recommend you go take a look at this and look at that. And these people are potential customers. You can ask them questions. Well, why do you think that's the case? Or how was it done before? Who's their competitor? You know, why is that? That's fine. Now, here's where you need to have your elevator pitch. You want to have a 15-second or a 30-second pitch ready to talk about your NewCo. But once again, you're not trying to promote yourself. You're just like, they'll ask, well, what do you do, Henry? And you can have to tell them that. So it's a funny time. I can't tell you how many times sitting around those big tables, not knowing anyone, I managed to meet a few people that were interesting to follow up with. You just get lucky. You know, if you spend the time to actually cultivate and network, then you can do it. And the lunch table is also a networking event. Okay, so let's look at what you're trying to gather again. This is from that word cloud from before. You got all this customer stuff, the vocabulary, the context and stuff, the use cases, who are the other customer groups? There are all these types of things. You might be looking for future employees or installers or integrators. So there's a lot of stuff you're trying to get. And you're not going to get it all. And what you do get is going to be a lot of one thing and almost nothing of something else. Try, though, to keep this type of list available. And as you go through it, check off and say, oh, yeah, I heard a war story. What was it? Write it down. You will forget. Now, what should you avoid doing? Don't be a jerk. Don't be the guy that argues with people. If you want to take a picture of something, ask them, can I take a picture? A lot of times they'll say no, or you can take a picture of this, or I can take the picture, but you do it. Don't preach to them. Don't tell them you got to do this, and this, and here's why, yada, yada, yada. You know, they're smart people too, but you can ask clarifying questions. If you're with a competitor's booth, please do not contradict them. That's wrong. You're at their booth. Okay. You can ask a clarifying question again. but and such as, oh, so you're saying this, would it also apply to this other area like this? Then they can answer. That's okay. You don't have to contradict them and say like, no, 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 there's this other thing, it won't work. But you can say like, what about this? Does it do that too? And they may say, oh, actually, no, that's different. Let me do it. So that's great, but show them respect. And if they're talking to a customer, do not try to interfere with their customer engagement. You can do some gentle things. If the customer asked a question and this guy didn't answer it the right way, or you think they kind of didn't understand it, you can, if you're in there close and it's appropriate, you can say, I think that she meant this. You tell it to the vendor. Say, I think she meant this, not what you said. I think there's a misunderstanding here. And then you look to the customer and say, did I get it right, or did he really nail it? And a lot of times, then you're a helper, right? And a lot of times the customer will look at you and say, yeah, you're actually, you're closer. This is what I meant. And now you didn't, you were the helper, so it's not interfering. So that's great. So, as I say, look for the contacts, look for the ecosystem, look for the vocabulary, understand the context, and be a nice guy. So that's what I've got. I'd be happy to answer questions if you should have them. So let me stop the share so I can see if there are any questions.
Thank you very much,
thank
Mr.
you.
Sang. Thank you very much, Mr. Sang, for your wonderful presentation. We loved every part of your presentation, including the last bit of do's and don'ts. I believe that they were very valuable tips. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our gentleman a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, now this wraps up the Penn Corporate Innovation Summit 2023. Up next is prepared Try Everything 2023 Q1 Deep Change Startup Prize Demo Day. We look forward to your active participation and interest. Thank you for being here with us until the very end.
것처럼 글로벌 경기 침체 우려가 커지고 있는 가운데 한국은행은 물가 잡기에 총력 스타트업도 돈맥경화에 직격탄을 맞고 있습니다.
경기 침체에 빠질 것으로 전망했습니다.
이때 처음으로 5차례 연속 금리를
경기
인상했는데요.
침체에 들어갈 수 있다.
정말 작은 부분에 있어서도 저희를 세세하게 배려해 주시는 그런 친절함을 느끼면서 정말 여러 번 감탄을 했었고요.
7월에 교원 성수물류센터 안에 200평 규모로 1차 오픈한 풀페이먼트 센터에서 1억 원의 월 매출이 발생하고 있습니다.
저희 회사 100% IP인 고품격 다큐멘터리 귀족식당의 여정을 그대로 따라가는 프리미엄 여행 상품 귀족식당을 교원 투어와 함께 출시하게 되었습니다.
협업팀과 했던 첫 미팅에서 분석 자료와 결과물을 도출하고 그것을 바로바로 라이브 커머스로 진행해서 매출로 변환하는 과정이 흥미로웠습니다.
저희 회사를 다양한 협력사들과 기업의 자회사에 알려주셔가지고 협력사에서 먼저 연락을 주시는 경우가 많이 있어서 저희에게 되게 좋은 경험이 되었습니다.
교원에서 반려동물 호텔로도 새롭게 개편을 하고 계신데 저희가 기획 단계에서 같이 참여하면서 같이 많은 의견을 나누고 있습니다.
홈앤쇼핑이랑 교원 그룹이랑 이제 투자를 받게 돼서 이제 투자에 대한 부분들을 성과를 이루어냈고요.
하나은행의 많은 회원들이 저희 유심사로 유입이 되었고 유의미한 마케팅 수치를 보여주고 있다고 하여 양사 간 윈윈 할 수 있었던 협업인 것 같습니다.
저희 링크맘 팀은 지난 4회에 딥체인지상을 수상하였습니다. 어려운 시기에 빠르게 성장하는 밑거름이 됐습니다. 딥체인지 스타트업 프라이즈 파이팅!
안녕하세요. 배우 홍고은입니다. 더 나은 세상을 만들기 위한 스타트업과 기업들 그리고 투자자 여러분들의 의기투합에 박수를 보내면서요. 딥체인지 스타트업 프라이즈 파이팅! 대한민국 스타트업 진심으로 파이팅!
안녕하십니까.
Hello,
2023
good afternoon. Deep
Change
Change with a Startup Demo Day is taking place now in this session. I'm Kim Ji-won. I'll be emceeing this event. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to every one of you for being with us today out of your busy schedule. So this year, this demo day, supported by Q1 Group, is celebrating the 5th year. So as the accelerating program, and this session is taking place as a part of Try Everything 2030. The change the session, the demo day session, will be another opportunities. Hana Bank and Q1 and Accelerator Venture Capitalist and all the other stakeholders and that they are supporting in order to promote the startup business. In their own domain, they are creating synergies supporting startups. And this will be the festivity of synergy. So the DX and healthcare and pet and the health management, all these topics will be discussed today. And we are going to invite 8 startups in order to make presentations. So Deep Change and the demo day supported by Q1 Group will have 8 the pitching, and there will be awarding ceremony, and there will be a lucky draw at the end of the session. So please do not miss it. So before we invite the pitching, we are going to invite Kim Chang-dong-ha, the Planning Division Head from Q1. Please welcome him with a big hands. Hello, good afternoon. It's very nice to meet you. So I'm Chang Dong-ha. I'm Planning Division Head of Q1 Group. So first of all, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to all the participants for being with us today in this demo day session. And in this program, We are going to invite 8 companies. For the last 5 months, they made a tremendous effort in order to prepare for their technologies and these presentation sessions. In order to have a mutual growth together with the startups, and we are making the continuous effort. And actually, the Megyeong, the media group, they are providing critical support as well. And the Taesang and the Hana Bank are joining the effort, and also the KAIST, the venture investment holdings and the high tuja partners, and they also participate as investors here. And SBA and also the Seoul and the Creative Economy Center, they continue their support like previous years. Thank you so much. So we are finding startups which has the promising future. So we are creating the synergies that started about 5 years ago. So for the last 5 years, through the Deep Change Demo Day, and we selected 43 companies, and to 22 companies, we provide direct and indirect support. And the 40 billion investment has been attracted through this occasion. So taking this opportunity, I'd like to send my sincere thanks to the partner companies. After the pandemic, we are expecting the slowdown and depression of the economy, and also we are experiencing high the interest rate. And also there are volatility in stock markets, so there are uncertainties ahead of us. But actually, the challenges gave us new opportunities as we witnessed in our history. The Kyowon Group, which established 36 years ago, that was a startup that started with a very small number of employees in very limited space. But based on innovative idea, we come this far. So the challenging time will be great opportunity, and Sergey Gale, the founder of Google, mentioned the challenge can be translated into opportunities. All the companies will face difficulties and challenges, but when they overcome those difficulties, they will transform into a bigger companies as a global companies. So all the companies will face the challenges in the future, but by overcoming the problems and challenges, and you can grow further in the global market. So that is my hope. So with the great support for the last 5 years, Demo Day by Kyowon Group has continuous great growth, and we are going to continue our effort so that we can create a better ecosystem in order to grow startups. So Kyowon Group will make a tomorrow which is better than today. So co-founder Eric Hesse of Google said the following. So the ambitious dream, and that is easy to be implemented because not many people will try for that. So that will be the blue market. So please dream big, and please dream ambitious dream. And to the startup, we are going to provide continuous support.
Thank you very much for really heartwarming opening remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Chang. Now, I'd like to invite Vice President Chang Seung-jun from Male Economic Group. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chang Seung-jun from Male Economic Daily. Today, Megyeong Media Group and Kyowon and SBA have prepared this demo day. Thank you very much for attending this event. Kyowon Group and Megyeong Media have jointly held this kind of demo day for the 5th year. For the past 5 years, we two companies have identified and discovered promising startups, and we helped grow them. Currently, Korea is the center of a change. The employment of startups is bigger than that of large companies, and the sales of startups is bigger than that of Samsung Group. However, starting from last year, not only in Korea but also in global markets, startups are facing crisis. The economic recession and contracted investment sentiment led to shrinking amount of investment in startups. However, even in the middle of crisis, there is a flurry of investment into really good startups. Hardu and InnoSpace are the good examples. If you have clear sales record and promising technology, investments are concentrated. And your entrepreneurship will be a driving force for overcoming crisis. Recently, the Korean government created a 2 trillion won of funds, and that was part of the Startup Korea Comprehensive Plan. Korea's startup ecosystem will rank Asia's #1 and global #3. That is the vision of the Korean government. This is bold policy. Hopefully, this policy will lead to good fruits and results. Our two countries, Maegyeong Media Group and Kyowon Group, will spare no efforts in making massive investment in startups. At today's demo day, I believe all these companies participating in this event have really creative ideas. I would like to congratulate you on participating in this demo day. Hopefully you can find another turning point in the growth of your company. Thank you very much. It was a welcome remarks by Mr. Jung.
So next we are going to invite partner companies. They send cheering messages. So let's meet them through the video clip.
안녕하십니까. 홈앤쇼핑 경영부문 대표이사 이원섭입니다. 홈앤쇼핑은 작년에 이어서
Home shopping. Following last year, in the year 2030, together with Q1, we are supporting this demo day session. So compared to last year, we actually invited a higher number of the partner companies. It is my great pleasure indeed, based on infrastructures and capacities. And we are wide opening new journey for the new types of distribution and so logistics. And also we provide support so that startup companies can go into the overseas market, and also startups which has IT capacities can act as the IT service providers in our company. So startups with greater dreams and ambitions, and they will be our partners. So we will be waiting for you. So startups who are dreaming for the globalizations, and I'd like to give a great cheer for you. So I'm Kim So-jung. I'm from the Hana Digital Group. So we had a great collaboration with startup companies based on this connected the events. So Home and Shopping and Taesang and Maegyeong Media the group joining the effort. So it's my great pleasure indeed. So we'd like to verify the business model for startups, and also we provide the advice ahead for them to advance into the global market. So currently, we are doing marketing programs with 4 different startups. So Hana Group is very serious about the collaboration with startups, and we are going to make a continuous investment for the startup growth, and also we are going to provide a systematic support as well. And I hope that all 8 companies we are supporting can grow into unicorn companies. So we are not going to spare any effort. So I hope that from the startup early stage to IPO, I hope all of them have a great support. So I'm Chong Hae-hoon from the KAIST, the venture, the investment holding, and we are making continuous effort in order to make a tangible result together with our startups. So we have witnessed the great advancement. Technology will be the driving force to change our world, and the startups will make the pivotal role in order to lead such changes. So we are going to provide continuous support. So KAIST technology, the development and the capacities and the know-hows can be shared together with the startups. So with great passion and energy, so we are supporting startups. We are going to go the journey together. All these startups in Korea, hooray!
Hello, I am Kwon Jun-hee from High Investment Partners. I'm a partner for this company. Deep Change Startup Prize is marking the 5th anniversary this year. As new partner, my company is participating in the event. I'm very pleased about that. The dramatic breakthrough of Korea's economy lies in fostering startups. So I'm very committed to discovering promising startups. And agile organization and flexible thinking and logic are the strength of startups. Next year, we are going to see the end of devaluation, and we are going to have the era of investment. If you utilize and capitalize on this timing, I'm sure you will have good opportunity. I believe this project is the basis of all great people gathering. I'm very glad to be part of this. I hope great project will start. And startup is trying to change the world better. So I would like to support you for your success with a good worldview. So consulting and accelerating and our investment will realize your worldview. I will help you in every aspect. Many people gathered here can be teachers for each other. We can learn from each other. Regardless of the results, we can learn from each other. I am from Base Investment. I am CEO Shin Yun Ho. Our base investment is trying to help grow startups, and we do a lot of trials, and we have many experiences, and we have actually helping the growth of startups with people who have experiences in running startups. So you have a great opportunity for creating synergistic effects by participating in this program. We will do our best to best support you. Go for it. I am Director General Kim Jo-woo from SBA. Again, from last year, Kyowon Group is participating in this Open Innovation Demo Day. Thank you very much for your contribution. And hopefully it will be a great opportunity for both Kyowon Group and startups. And Seoul Metropolitan Government and SBA will extend best support. Collaboration is a must these days. Creating new businesses and helping entrepreneurship will be very critical. So we discover partners and businesses, and we will best support you.
Deep Change
2023 Deep Change Startup Prize. Let's go for it.
네, 오픈 이노베이션 허브를 통해
Through the Open Innovation Hub, startups will grow further, and in this stable ecosystem, I hope that they can accelerate their growth. And now we are going to start the pitching session, the highlight of this event. And we are going to have our first round inviting for presentation, and the second round inviting another full round. So for the first session, we are going to invite the CV3 and the Orange Purple and the Big House Entertainment to Jupiter Labs. In the second round, we are going to invite the Peter Beta and the Samshin, Gazette Korea, and the Japan. And now I'm going to invite the jury members. From Q1 Group, we have Planning Team Division Head Chang Dong-ha. From Megyeong Media Group, we have a Vice Chairperson Jang Sun-jun. Kainos Med Lee Gi-sup is with us as a jury member. Data Jones Nam Kyung-baek is here. Home and Shopping Lee Won-sup is joining with us. Hana Bank, so Vice President Kim So-jung is here. Daesang Holdings Yu Song-ho is joining with us today. Base Investment Shin Yun-ho is joining in this the pitching. Hai Tuja Partners No Kyung is with us today. Hyowon, the Shin Young-hong is with us. Kaist, the venture investment holding Jung Yong-ho is here. So they are the jury members for this pitching today. So they are going to select next unicorn, and also all the participants can join in this mock investment. So through the pitching, we are going to select one company that will be selected as a next unicorn. So those who registers in this demo day can participate in the mock investment. I believe you receive text messages when you coming into this session. So please go into the link we send. So here you can see the QR code. So please scan the QR code, and also you can go into the link in order to participate in the mock investment session. So you can make an investment of a total 30 million and 10 million each, and you can change the invested the amount and also the target the investment company during this session. So which startup company will have a biggest investment? So I'm very curious, and at the end of this session there will be a lucky draw. So I hope that you can thoroughly enjoy this session. In order to participate in this the lucky draw, and you can see the button to participate into the lucky draw. So you can find the button just beside the QR code for this mock investment. So please go into the button. So you can participate in the lucky draw. So now we are going to meet 8 companies. So this will be the passionate the journey of 8 companies. Let's embark the journey together. Then let's invite the CV3 as a first presenter. So the marketing the data research tool will be introduced by the CEO Yang.
CV3 대표 양진호입니다.
It's very nice to meet you. I'm Yang Jin-ho, CEO of CV3. So today I'm going to introduce the e-commerce data research tool, in short, e-dairy service tool. So first of all, I'd like to introduce e-commerce market. As you know, e-commerce market has great the problems. So in the year 2022, the growth the rate is 9%, but actually players in the market increased by 43%. So this lead to the profitability of the companies. So the overall, the profitability is minus 36% in the long term. So many companies have the negative growth, and we cannot find such cases in other industry. I believe that this is a wrong decision-making practice based on a wrong the data. So here you can see this data. So there was an expectation that the live e-commerce market share can be about the 10 trillion Korean won. So this is the mere estimations. So we actually collected 300,000 data points in order to carry out the analysis. So actually the size is 2.5 trillion Korean won. So this is the much the bigger than actual the estimations. So this is a top-down approaches. So the 10 trillion won was the initial estimations. So there was some the restructuring in this industry. I believe the accurate analysis that will be the key the elements in order to have a proper and right the data-based decision-making process. So we provide e-daily. So based on the data analysis and based on the 1 and the 5th price and with 700 times accuracy, we provide the sales data. In comparison to the competitors, and we provide the great coverage analysis. So next year, we are going to cover the 17 different platforms. It will be difficult to copy e-daily. So collected data and analytic the algorithm, we are going to provide a pretty the accurate and also fast result, and we have an IP right on our e-daily service. And currently, we have a full different services, the customized services, and the daily, the magazine service and the AP service, and those are provided, and we create stable the profits. So we have a plus growth in 4 different business categories. So when it comes to the price and the service coverages, and we have a differentiated services from the planning and the stages, we targeted bigger coverages and also the lower price. And we can provide real-time data analysis, and MD marketer and also the product planners, they can do business plans based on accurate the data, and also they can make the thorough and accurate decision for the inventory management based on our data. So the coverages and price are differentiating factor. So we can generate the additional profits in Media Lab. As for the retargeting, there were fierce competitions, but based on the unprecedented capabilities, we can expand our market. So we could launch e-daily service, Nabang, and the data app with them, and we launched a new service every 6 months because we had accumulated experience. That's why we could have a successful launch of e-daily. And based on that, we could enhance our profitability. EdTech was introduced as a global decision-making platform. the first half of this year has a very special meaning to us. So in first half, we turn into the plus growth, and we believe that about 3 billion revenue will be generated. And also, we are going to launch a customized service. So in the upcoming fourth quarter, we are going to have additional 100 million the revenues. So digital transformation and the strategy supported by Q1 and is very important, the opportunities. So based on this support, and we are actually growing our business. Starting from this spring, we have a collaboration with the home and shopping. We have 200 the partners, and also we provide the service to 400 companies. So we actually move in the speed of locket. So we are going to expand the business horizons. So in order to give the powerful marketing tool, we are going to continue our efforts. Thank you.
So far, we heard the pitching by CV3. Thank you very much. CEO Yang Jinu, you deserve a big round of applause. Would you please give him a big round of applause? Hopefully his pitching moved your heart. Then invest in this company. Now let's move over to Orange Football Network. So this is a startup running an app for global football services. Mr. Yoon Hyun-jun, please go ahead.
오렌지 풋볼 네트워크 대표 윤현중입니다.
Good afternoon. I am Yoon Hyun-jun from Orange Football Network. My company, Orange Football Network, is leading DX in global sports marketing. Normally, you have knowledge in certain sports, and that such knowledge is concentrated in country where such sports are really strong. So that kind of knowledge has not been expanded to other countries. So we are creating content through our app. Let's watch short video clips. This is a decision-making video. In which way they should have passed the ball, or in which way they should have moved. This is about strategy. In this position, what kind of strategic move the striker should have made. This video is talking about athletes and how they need to take care of their physical health, how they can strengthen their hamstring muscles at what age and through what methods. So in order to do well in sports, tactics, strategies, physical and mental strengths are required. But offline education cannot take care of it. And customized education for each player that befits his or her position is not provided by offline service. But we are trying to provide such services through our online solution. Man U, Man City, Barcelona. So we are working with coaches of famous soccer clubs, and we create such contents in collaboration with them, and we upload such contents on our app. We don't share it online on other platforms. Out of all disciplines of sports, we chose soccer, which is the most popular sport. There are many types of users. Some users want to be professional soccer players and some other users, they are enjoying soccer as a hobby. But our first target was professional soccer player wannabes. So about 26 million people are playing soccer to become professional football players, and their parents are investing in their education. So this is a really hot market. We have many competitors. So when you just type in soccer training, you will see competitors' products which number over 100. Among them, there are successful cases, but they are not making high performance that we can see in our company. The differentiation of my company lies in the formation of the team. So most our competitors were founded by the coaches, but they don't have IT knowledge. But in my company, we have soccer experience and expertise and IT expertise as well. So our monthly commission fee is 10,000 won. So it will increase step by step. At the end of last year, we launched our paid service. Our sales are increasing dramatically. And the most important indicator is the subscription maintenance rate. It stands at 78%. I believe it will increase. So we are going to continue this solid growth in the future as well. These are our markets, the Northern America, the United Kingdom. So usually English-speaking countries are our major markets, and this data is very important. For each country, we don't have to localize. So for the language area or language region, we are going to launch a language pack-based content and services. In Northern America and Europe, there are 5 million youths who are practicing soccer, and it is very cutthroat, competitive market. And just with the contents alone, we are planning to gain tens of millions of won in sales, and we are going to lead DX in global sports market. I ran a soccer content company called Goale in Korea for about 3 years. In order to go globalize in full swing, I'm currently focusing on OFN, Orange Football Network. So we brought this talent into our team, and we are stably offering our services. Compared to our competitors, we have a product guide and also IT experts. So by attracting investments and through collaboration, we are trying to dominate global DX. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation.
So we just heard from Orange Football. Big hands to Mr. Yoon Hyun-jung once again. So I hope that moved your the heart, then please make your investment decision. And let's move to the big house entertainment. So the productions and the distributions to the global market, all is done under the umbrella of big house entertainment. Let's invite
빅하우스 엔터테인먼트 대표 이선영입니다.
So there is one common thing in our world, and that is the storylines. So based on these storylines, and we are producing contents, and we are proving infinite possibility of these contents. So I and the members have 70 years of accumulated experience in MBC, EBS, and MBN, and others. And we are doing the productions and creations and distribution of contents to the domestic market and global market. So, well, actually, when we see the storylines, and many of that is the same, more or less the same, but we are going to introduce the differentiated the productions. Mainly, we focus on the outsourcing. So, financing is done from the main broadcasting company. In the case, IP is held by the company because we receive the financial support from broadcasting company. But we created the productions in-house, so we have IP. So this create a game, and the producer and made the productions in the form of the outsourcing, and they could not have IP. Actually, the Netflix had a massive profit because they hold IP, but producing company, they could not have a great margins because they do not have intellectual property. But in the past, and there was a limited source of the incomes, but we can create additional incomes, and the advertisement is not the only the channel and the source to secure additional incomes. And also, we can utilize the global channels as well. The broadcasting company is not the only channel these days. We started with a documentary. Documentary is not very popular and it does not make a great profit, but we can turn this into opportunities. Compared to movies and soap operas, the documentaries can be created in low cost and IP can be done in relatively easy manner, and also is not quite competitive. When we create well-made the contents, and we can secure our competitiveness. So we can focus on the documentary, food, and also the traveling, and those were our focus. And this is the result: noble dining.
전 세계의 왕음식과 소중한
So the great and the cuisine across the world will be introduced in novel dining with a very small budgets. We created these contents, and this is in-house made so that we have IP 100%. So the Korean actor featured to introduce Korean cuisine, and for the French, the food, the Kim Ah-taeng, famous the chef, they featured. So once the novel dining is completed, that was aired in MBN, and currently we are having business contract with OTT platforms. Starting from January to August, and we visited 20 companies, and we had a meeting with 109 media companies, and we made the agreement with 12 the companies, so 12 countries rather, and through more than 100 companies, our contents can be streamed. So we are going to make a continuous effort in order to produce the further the episode. And when we have a meeting with overseas companies, and we had better opportunities to introduce their own cuisine. So in series, we can secure the competitiveness. So by introducing cuisines in many different countries with the concept of a trip, and we can introduce very fun contents. So one single content can be translated into many different opportunities based on the collaboration with Kyowan. We could see POC, and also in the second half of this year, we are going to launch this episode in Paris and also Turkey as well. So in the following year, you are going to see additional episode. So please do use this the QR code in order to see our contents. So as for the documentary, so the cost is about 3.5 times and 4 times higher the broadcasting fees. That's why we can have a better result. So by the year 2026, 30 billion Korean won can be secured. So as for the productions, and we have the low the budgets, but we have a great the IP right as well. So we have a great profitable business models. So the films and entertainment contents, and those can have a high risk, but when it comes to the documentary, we can have a stable returns if that contents is well made. So this is a great the business growth formula. So in upcoming year, we are going to produce more documentary-based contents. So, and also we are going to have a retail summit that is to show the process to make the young leaders into the present. And also we are going to provide another fun the contents. K culture, K contents will have an international and global competitiveness. And we are going to ride on the K-pop culture. So we are going to do our continuous effort.
It was pitching by Big House Entertainment. Would you please give Ms. Lee another round of applause? If her pitching moved your heart, please invest in Big House Entertainment. Now, I'd like to invite Jupiter Labs. It is a Dongdaemun retail wholesale fulfillment service, and this company is run by Mr. An.
주피터랩스 대표 안강휘입니다. 안녕하십니까. 저희는 지속가능
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are Jupiter Labs, which is creating sustainable supply chain. My name is An Gang-hee. The first market we are targeting is Dongdaemun, where we are right now. Dongdaemun market is taking care of everything about fashion, from raw materials to production infrastructure to wholesale and retail stores. And all fashion companies are densely packed in this Dongdaemun fashion cluster. And we have seen the changes in Dongdaemun. With the influx of MZ entrepreneurs, there was a change of the way of working and the culture as well. And there's high concentration, high percentage of IT penetration. And also online platforms are leading sales. But unfortunately, wholesales and production infrastructure are leaving Dongdaemun. So what was wrong with Dongdaemun? Right now, we feel that Dongdaemun needs to improve its management efficiency. Otherwise, there'll be no future. Dongdaemun is run manually. And when sales increase and the wages, they're also increasing. And since they are selling clothes, they have very limited margin, and the margin is decreasing. In order to decrease the production cost, they are producing bulk orders, but there's increasing inventory and there's a crunch and liquidity. So many companies are going belly up. And these factors are affecting the value chain in Dongdaemun market. And most stores are operating in deficit. So they need detailed and thorough management system. So Dongdaemun wholesalers are performing many roles. However, they don't have enough time for product planning and design and sales management. So they are spending more than 90% of their time for fulfillment, and they're spending most of their budgets for fulfillment. And because of the manual management, there's a lot of errors. And also the CEOs are making decisions based on their gut feelings. So there are a lot of errors in their business administration. In order to increase and address such inefficiencies, we are trying to launch weaving service. Weaving literally means weave the cloth. So we want to increase efficiency to the Dongdaemun market, and we are planning functions that will address the manually handled the management system. And Dongdaemun's source data and Dongdaemun's force data will be purified with our system. That way, we can automate 50% of the operations in Dongdaemun. And the product database and the order placement and the shipment of arrival information, that can be automated as well. And also, we expect that we can reduce the inventory by a third. In order to secure relevant data, we are planning to launch fulfillment services. We are maximizing efficiencies in collaboration with Kyowan. So Jupyter Labs will automate the process, and Kyowan Start One is automating hardware part. So expertise and scale can actually produce profits. So Jupyter Labs are actually generating profits. The existing solution had a problems. They focused on doing some functions on behalf of the existing manpower. So we have worked with these team members from 3 years to 10 years. So we have strong teamwork and we are very agile. Deep Change Startup Prize was a good luck chance for us. In May, we were selected as a startup company. And in July, we launched our service. And in October, we believe we will raise a 1 billion won in sales. And we also signed a contract with a large company recently. And we can't disclose this, but we are planning to launch our products overseas with a global company. So we are going to soon launch our new solution, Weaving. We will do our best to complement and perfect it. So please support our service. This was Jupyter Labs. Thank you very much.
네, 주피터 랩스의 피칭이었습니다.
We
다시
just
한번
heard
피칭해
from
주신
Jupyter
안강휘
Labs, and
대표님께
please give a big hand to An
이번
Gang-hee.
피칭이 여러분의 마음을
So
움직이셨다면
if you are moved
주피터
by
랩스에
the
투자하세요.
presentation, please make your investment
지금까지
decision.
8개 팀 중
So we
4개의 팀이
invited
피칭을
4 teams out
맡아봤습니다.
of the 8 teams: e-commerce, post-education, contents, and the business solution. So those are providing great support in the many different domains. So their idea has been materialized. So please make your investment decision based on their presentation. So let me explain how you make an investment. So on your way into this hall, you receive text messages and you can find the link. So please go into the link to participate in investment. During this session, you can change the invested amount and also companies. So please make your decision. You can be venture capitalist here to make an investment. So this will enhance fun in this demo day. And after awarding ceremony, there will be lucky draw, and this one is only for those who participate in mock investment. Then now we are going to conclude the first round of presentation. Now we are going to invite the jury members to hear their opinion. So Mr. Chang Dong-ha from Kyowan Group. So we heard the pitching from the 4 companies. So in this demo day, and well, we had 3 different criteria for evaluation. So the investment trend for startups is the PDL and other the well indicator based the well approach. And but these days we can go further in order to deliver visions, and the startup should make a further effort. And also we should consider the size of the potential market, and also the competitiveness in the market should be well explained in the pitch. And also it is important to have the synergy effect with partners in this the demo day, the event. So as for the CV3, we could see the clear data and profitability was emphasized. So that was very meaningful. As for the Orange Football Network, so that was fun to hear. And also you the targeted global market first, so I have highly evaluated that. And as for the big house entertainment, and you have the synergy effect with the partner companies, and also you have a contemplation to go into global market further. And Jupiter Labs have a continuous the well contemplations in order to have a sustainable the well growth. And thank you for the presentation.
네, 감사합니다. 스타트업 기업들에게
So I believe that was a meaningful advice to startup companies. So next we are going to invite Lee Won-seok from Home and Shopping.
I am Lee Hyun-seok, CEO of Home and Shopping. The venture community is facing a lot of challenges, but listening to these 4 pitchings, I felt great passion from you. And I feel that you have prepared a lot and you made a real thorough analysis from CVC to Jupiter Labs. In the order of presentation, I'm going to give you feedback. When it comes to CV3, e-commerce company is hungry for sales data, not only for e-commerce platform, but also many brand companies are in the same situation. In that sense, CV3 is actually delivering very important factors of the industry. But the entry barrier is very low, so you can always face new competitors. But even if you have new competitors, the CV3's own unique strengths should be there. That way you can retain your customers. Otherwise, in an endless competition, it will be very hard to continuously develop your company. So you need to develop your own strengths and weapons. Orange Football Network. So it is very fresh and new idea because it globalized sport contents and global users are showing really positive feedback. It's highly regarded and the quality of content is really good too. So you will continue to increase the amount of contents, and you also need to think about how to lock in your customers. If you do so, you will be a great company in the near future. Big house entertainment. So out of many content and program categories, you focus on documentaries, and it is very new approach. And also, you moved really quick to produce a documentary program and also the travel program. So hopefully you can expand your services further. If you do so, you can be another symbol of K culture or pop culture. Jupiter Labs. Most of your teammates are fulfillment experienced professionals. And even though the company's history is short and you are moving really fast in ensuring POCs for Dongdaemun wholesalers and retailers. But you will always face competitors. So you need to have a differentiated strategies to counter your competitors. I really enjoyed the 4 presentations. Hopefully today will be a great turning point or foundation for you to further grow. Thank you very much.
네,
Well, thank you so much for the insightful advice. So let's invite 이기섭 from KaiNosmed. So hello, I'm 이기섭. So regarding the expertise, and I am not the person who evaluate the expertise. So from the perspective of investors, I'm going to share my ideas, and I hope this gives some insight to you. So I heard a presentation from 4 companies, and you define your market thoroughly, and you have a differentiated strategies in the sense all of you are excellent. So the scalability and the growth possibility, and those should be well delivered to investors. But those are not quite concrete. So you have your own strengths, but the business model should be well defined, and also the market validation and should be done. Based on that, the growth potential can be defined. But in the sense, and you should be more concrete. So you should have a more concrete validation strategies, and the sustainability of a business should be proved. In order to do that, you should show your differentiating factor, and those should be delivered in very detailed manner in your pitching. So if you start, you already come the halfway. So well, you actually see the market at the potentials and your product potentials. But that is based on the current market. But in a few years' time, and the things will be different. So you should consider what should be changes and how you will be prepared, and that should be included in your pitch. So, but in your presentation, I could not hear that in very detail. So I do not know you are the field of a business, and I'm not the expert in e-business. So what I'm saying is not the answer, but from the perspective of investors, I'm sharing my views. So first company CV3, and that is providing data analysis to the home shopping market. So home shopping market does not show the great growth, but you can give some insight to the industry. So there should be very concrete strategies and plans to target that market. As for the second, the presentation, Orange Football Network should define your customers more thoroughly and how you are going to deliver your marketing and the line to your customers. That should be explained in more detail. As for the third presentation, Big House Entertainment, and you are featuring the noble dining. So that is the representative, the contents you produce, and the business potential can be realized based on these contents. I can see that. But I'm not sure whether you have a strength in the contents productions or you have the strengths for the follow-up businesses. So I'm not sure about that. So whether you are content provider or whether you are the business builder, I cannot say that. What is your core strengths? And if you do not have a strong and fundamental contents, then you cannot have an opportunity to expand your business. So contents plays a significant role, but what is your strengths? And when I hear your business management, I could not hear that. That's why I'm sharing this comment. And as for the Jupiter Labs, so there are the challenges. So why you are targeting Dongdaemun market? Because the Dongdaemun market is experiencing the business at the downturn. but still you are targeting Dongdaemun market. So, well, I can see you have a great challenging spirit because you are targeting and this decreasing market. But it is important to have some synergies from your target market because the Dongdaemun market, the business is going down. I think you have a difficulty to get synergy from the target market. So if not, you will have great challenges.
네, 보다 나은 밸리데이션을 위한
For better
고민해봐야 할
validation, he shared real good points to think about. Thank you very much. Lastly, Mr. Nam Kyung-baek from Data Zone will share his feedback. Good afternoon. I am Nam Kyung-baek, CEO of Data Zone. First of all, listening to the pitching by the 4 companies, it was very impressive. From the beginning of this year, I have been preparing for this demo day, and I've looked into the candidate companies, how they have grown so far, and what their initial statements have been realized. So I had that opportunity to learn about them. So all these 4 companies have successfully launched services and products, and they also started to show business outcomes. It's very encouraging. And in this challenging environment, and they are turning into such a quality models into real businesses. For the 4 companies, I would like to share my thoughts briefly. First, CB3. The e-commerce market is becoming a red ocean, but within the red ocean, they want to help with the marketing effectively. That way, the customers can reduce cost and they can make better decision making. In terms of that, they're offering really good solution. Yet, as was mentioned by Mr. Lee, there's very low entry barriers, and in the future, your competitors can appear anytime. So I'm on the same page as Mr. Lee on that. So you need to create some differentiating points that are only unique to your company. Regarding Orange Football Network, so football is such a global market. So you are offering sports education content online. It was very interesting service. So in the future, you can expand your services to other disciplines of sports. So it is an advantage of your service. But if you just offer online services only, you might lose something because you don't have any offline services, and there'll be some kind of limitations because of being online services only. Big House Entertainment. This company has already produced the royal dining, and based on this program, they are continuously making spin-off series, and I think this company has great capacity. And those 2 types of series, which are on their roadmap plan, I think they look really promising, and I look forward to watching them. And regarding Jupiter Labs, they focused on inefficiency of Dongdaemun fashion market. So they're trying to digitally transform the Dongdaemun system. So it is all about whether they can successfully digitalize the system of Dongdaemun. So I'm paying attention to that. It seems like you have really good manpower with great experiences and experts. In such a short time span since the foundation of the company, you've been running your company really well. So in terms of the management and the direction that your company is going, I think you are on the right track. So I really root for you. That way you can upgrade the system of Dongdaemun.
네, 소중한 심사평.
Well, thank you for your insightful advice. So like this, we invited the jury members. So they provided some criticism and encouragement, and thank you for that. So up to this point, which startup received the biggest amount of investment? You will be very curious. So let's do the interim result. Let's share the interim result. So Big House Entertainment received the biggest amount of investment. So they are number one here.
앞서 말씀드린 대로
And as you mentioned, during this session, you can change investment amount and also you can change company as well. So please make your full attention on the following presentation and you can change your investment.
한번 집계가 지금 계속
So now actually ranking has been changed and this is a real-time result. Jupiter Labs takes number one position this time.
6억으로 읽으면 될까요?
So that is about the invested amount is about 600 million Korean won.
아주 간발의
So
차이거든요.
second is a Big House Entertainment and there is no big gaps between the two. So well, we are going to have a full attention on this investment.
그럼 계속해서 피칭 세션
So
이어가겠습니다.
now we are going to continue our second round of presentation. Peter Petter's presentation is well prepared now. So there are the increasing pet population. So we are going to invite
박준우 대표님을 소개합니다.
the Peter Petter and they are providing diagnostic kit for pets.
피터패터 대표 박준호입니다.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. And we are the gene-based analysis tool producer, Peter Petter. I'm Park Jun-ho. So in postgraduate school, I worked as the researcher in life science division. So I started this business because of my friend Kami. So Kami had a kidney disease. Because I couldn't define that earlier, my friend passed away. That's why I jumped into this business. So cats and pets, and they have a high risk regarding the genetic disease. So in this case, the genetic test can be very meaningful based on the result from the genetic testing, and we can do the treatment in advance. So the gamma catering is our products. So they can be compared to the coronavirus, the testing. So actually sample can be easily collected and that can be analyzed and the lab the analysis report can be sent to our users. Here number 4 and number 5 is a unique the service we provide and we explain the analysis result to the users in very easy terminologies and also we have a follow-up services and this is the health management guide. So the guardians and they receive action plans in order to safeguard the health of your pet. So what kind of additional testing should be done and why should be cautious in the future? And that can be utilized as the reliable data in and the vet clinic. We have a great satisfaction, the rate. And after receiving the genetic testing that is offered by our company, and the guardians, they can have a better health management. So about 20% of the guardians, we are targeting them as our the first line of customers. And that this is the premium service. So guardians, and they want to check the risk of the genetic disease. That's why we actually meet their demands. And that this is well digested in this market. So we focus on only B2C, but starting starting from the second the half of this year. And we also do B2B, so through the vet clinics, and we are selling our products, and we have a collaboration with a university vet hospital. And in order to export our technologies to Japanese market, currently we have a meeting with the buyers. About 1 year ago, we launched our service. We target 1,000 these services, but now it's 1,200 services. In overseas market, this genetic testing is very active. The market was about 400 billion Korean won. So we can compete with those global players. Accuracy and price, those are the competitive edge. So the PCR, I believe you heard about that because of the COVID-19, and you are quite familiar with the PCR. So this way of diagnosis is applied to PET, the genetic testing. And at a single time, we could have a multiple testing. Based on that, we can offer the price competitiveness. And we are providing the multiple testings to this Korean domestic market. So we have the capable team members. Our co-founders actually studied life science at university and postgraduate school. So in the future, we are going to focus on what we are good at. So we have a great expertise in pet health management. So the oncologies and also other genetic disease, and that will be targeted. And also we are developing the tools in order to check exact age of a pet. And we are sharing our expertise with our partners. Based on the collaboration with our partners, our service can be expanded. So customized nutrition service can be provided, and also we can apply our technologies to other devices. In many cases, the guardians, they travel with their pet, so we are selling our services together with accommodation, the offering companies. So Gyeongju Hotel is one of the example. Currently, Gyeongju Hotel is the campaigning their new service, which they invite pets together with the customers. And also the Jeju Hotel is another example. So our company is based on Jeju Island, so we are offering our special service in Jeju Hotel. So vlogging, the campaign was organized a few months ago. So the users can enjoy our service and also enjoy the trip to Jeju. And we provide this service based on collaboration with Q1. So currently we only focus on the cats and dogs, but we are going to expand our service coverages, and we are going to provide our service for the livestock market. We want to have the future world where the people and the pets can coexist in healthy way.
컴퓨터의 피칭이었습니다.
It was a pitch by Peter Patter. Would you please give Mr. Bach, CEO of the company, a big round of applause? If this pitch moves your heart, please invest in Peter Patter. Now, we are going to listen to pitch by Gadget Korea. So it is running a roaming market service based on EC. CEO.
안녕하세요. 가짓 코리아 대표 유상혁입니다.
Good afternoon. I am Yoo Sang-hyuk, CEO of Gadget Korea, which is operating the international mobile carrier service of USIMSA. Let me introduce our service. We are creating a service that can connect good local data from each country directly to your mobile phone. There are 28 million people who are departing from Korea, and 40% of them are still paying an average roaming fee of 25,000 won per trip. And they are using the alternative roaming product, but there are inconveniences and hassle that they have to change to a local SIM and pick up or return the pocket Wi-Fi. So we are creating a service that reduces roaming data charges by an average of 70% and allows you to purchase local data in a minute and connect instantly. In February this year, we measured the speed of the local mobile service carriers roaming and our eSIM service speed in Thailand. So our speed was 300 megabps, while the local company's service was 15 megabps. And also, our service was more than 20 times cheaper than the local companies. So we see many complaints about roaming services. According to 2008 survey, about 64% of users are unhappy about the roaming charges as well as the quality of data quality. Well, what about the alternative roaming? Pocket Wi-Fi was the number one service, but the communication error rate is 27.6%. That means 1 out of 4 users experience telecommunication errors, and it can actually lower the quality of your travel experiences. I'm sure you can relate to that. Our USIMSA service scored 4.7 out of on a scale of 5. So we actually scored a high score in terms of customer service. Let me introduce our service. Our service is simple. You can purchase the data plan, and with just the scan of QR code, you can directly connect it to the local data. You don't have to return pocket Wi-Fi, or you don't have to pick up pocket Wi-Fi. There's no hassle. And also, you can have a customized charge plan. So depending on your travel style, you can adjust your roaming plan, adjusting from 500 megabytes to 20 gigabytes per day, from 1-day service to 30-day services. So depending on your usage, you can customize this plan. And also, all data purchased in front of you will be the back office. Data usage, customer location, and line status and fault response are all connected in real time. So the failure rate for our overall shipment rate is only about 0.1%. So we already recorded 4 billion won in sales, and the number of users is about 300,000. As of August 2023, the users is 790,000, and the sales is 790 million won. So with Hana Bank, we work together, and since the launching of our service, we provided a lot of benefits to the users. Our BM model is simple. We have 2 income generating sources. So there's a data distribution margin, and also we can have some additional profit from unused data. So currently, when we look at the customers in this market, there are 28 million people, and globally there are 1.4 billion people. We are going to expand our service continuously. Let me explain our partners. We have SoftBank, Domoco, and Korea LG U+. In West Asia, we have Axiata Group, and in Thailand, AIS and DTAC. And as for global partner, we have China Mobile International, and also we work with many other partners. And you can also enjoy our service through Kidday, My Real Trip platforms. So we are globally going global. Gradually, we are going global, and we have raised $100,000 of sales in Japan, and we will launch our beta service in Northern America. So our goal is to reach the number of users of 40 million by 2026. So let's look at our team. So our team is made up of members of the Wi-Fi Lunchbox team, and which was #1 alternative warming product. As a CEO, I worked in the sales team at the Wi-Fi Doshirak, and also we have very competent CTOs. So our USIM service will be available across the world. Thank you.
코리아의 피칭이었습니다.
So we heard
수고해주신
from Gazette Korea. Please give a big hands to Yu Sang-hyuk.
이번 피칭이 여러분의 마음을
If you are
움직였다면
moved by
투자하지
the
마시고
pitching, so please make your investment.
다음은 제이펀의 피칭이 있겠습니다.
So next we are going to invite Japan, the big data based the platform to support you advance into Southeast Asia market will be introduced.
네, 안녕하세요. 제이펀 대표 주현호입니다.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Japan.
네, 안녕하세요. 동남아
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jiano from DJ Fund, which is operating Southeast Asia marketing platform. Now, the e-commerce market is saturated. New, the business, the channel is required. So when it comes to the overseas market advancement, there are very complicated process. So it takes about 6 months, the maximum 1 year, in order to have the foundation to make overseas. But when you use this platform within the 14 days, you can have the overseas direct sales. That's why every year this market shows about 50% growth every year. So in the year 2020, and we provide the pilot, the project, so we validated the market. So we had 13 billion the revenues, and we could have a data which shows our service 10 times cheaper than other existing services. Lazada, Showtime, and Facebook, there are global partners. So based on this partnership, we are moving ahead to the overseas market. Aegeon K Shopping and Ildong Pharma, and those are the big companies we provide service. And in the year 21, we recorded 5.1 billion Korean won and the revenues. And there are 5 different problems in order to advance into Southeast Asia market. So first one is where to start, and the second is what is the cost of logistics. Third, which is the what is the right way to advance into overseas market. Fourth, what is the right way of marketing. Fifth, what kind of human resources should be hired in order to address this problem. So by answering these questions, we received the seed investment last year with launching additional service. And let me show video clip here. So I want to advance into Southeast Asia market, but is there any demand in the market? So do I need to select which country first, which will be the entry point? So if you are considering Southeastern market, and please do use this platform. So you can enter your product information, market analysis, product analysis, and procurement analysis, and advertisement analysis can be done. And also you can do self-analysis for free. So based on this analyzer data, the advertisement plans and the sales plan can be suggested. And also you can receive the key indicators. And based on key indicators, you can advance your business models. So you can go into more companies based on this platform. So this is differentiated the technologies. So we are having collaborations with other big companies. So we want to provide automated solutions. So most of the solutions focus on the domestic market, but we are targeting Southeast Asia market, and we have the more than 50 billion data points. That's why we can have a great competitiveness and advantages. So, well, currently many companies are using proxy services, but by using this platform, one single marketer can cover the bigger market. So currently we are targeting Southeast Asia market, but Coupang, Olive Young, and other companies will be our target. So we want to have a one single network, and we are targeting 10 billion for the coming years, and also 60 billion for the 2025. And we have the 30 marketers, and we also have the professor from KAIST in order to receive advice. So through this demo day program, and we decide to have the investment from the Q1 and home and shopping, and we are also expecting further investment. Now we are going to connect all the marketplace around the world, so we are going to create new businesses. Thank you.
네, 지금까지 제이펀의
It was Japan's
피칭에
peach.
수고해주신
Thank you very
주현우
much,
대표님께 다시
Mr.
한번
Juhyunu.
박수
Please give him
부탁드립니다.
another big round of
이번
applause.
피칭이 여러분의 마음을
If this
움직이셨다면
peach moved your
제이펀에
heart,
투자해주세요.
please make an investment in
이어서
Japan.
삼신의 피칭이
Now,
있겠습니다.
I'd like to invite
난임
Samshin.
고위험군 조기 스크리닝 자가검사
It's
키트인
early screening
난임
kit
냉동 분자 시술
for
보조 솔루션을 제공하고
infertility
있는 신재철
and
대표님을
fertility assistance solution. It's provided by Samshin. CEO Shinji Chung will be here with us.
저는 삼신 대표
I am
신재청이라고 합니다.
Shinji Chung, CEO of
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are Samshin, which is a medical company that provides services related to frozen eggs and fertility assistance solution. Last year alone, 1 out of every 8 newborns in our country is born with a fertility procedure. But there is some medical issues because these patients take belatedly infertility testing, so they have delayed procedure for fertility. So at the time of early inspection, they could detect problems early, but because it's late, they have 5 times a higher number of procedures and 18 times probability of birth defects. And the prices are exponentially increasing. So because of the budget issues, many infertile couples stop doing these procedures. And also they are taking self-administered hormone injections, and it's really challenging, and it leads to the stoppage of procedure. And even if they are diagnosed with infertility, they cannot have the fertility procedures. So we offer the kits, and also we connect them to hospitals, and we also support their procedure journey. Our goal of service is to increase the success rate of fertility procedure. And let me detail our services. So early prediction of infertility high-risk groups. Just with a blood test, we can make such a detection. So we developed a blood testing kit, so you can actually self-administer. So you can do the testing at home, and we can collect the blood. And blood testing accuracy is the same as that of the hospitals. As you get older, your fertility rate decreases. So we can make predictions, and we can advise you on when to visit a clinic. So we're providing up to 20% procedure discount at Jail Hospital. And we also provide 3-week dedicated care by our staff. So it is a one-on-one care service. This type of service is commercialized in the United States and Europe. So through this service, the success rate of a fertility procedure increased 27%. So this type of service is a must. So we are trying to provide these 3 services to companies as part of their benefit packages. So many companies are expanding their benefit packages to become family-friendly companies. So we can provide practical fertility program and support. And the procedure compliance and satisfaction can increase with our solution. So ultimately, it will reduce the number of infertility procedures. It will lead to the low cost after all. And there's a Progeny, which is a overseas company which we benchmarked. And this company provides the fertility services for big tech companies. And we want to benchmark this company and bring this fertility program and assistance service to Korea. We want to generate income from the self-testing kit. And also we want to expand the services to male infertility and foreigners. And also we will expand it to the local areas as well. Our team consists of 4 people, which are specializing in medical services. So 4-month deep change startup exchange program, we took a lot of lessons and help. And we were able to secure seed investment. And we are now developing a product. And in terms of the distribution channels, we are currently in negotiations with 3 companies. Samshin will innovate Korea's infertility industry. Please be with us when you plan your family. This was a pitch by Samshin. Please give Mr. Sim Jae-chung a big round of applause. If this pitch moved your heart, please invest in Samshin. So we moved really fast and we just concluded part 2 of the pitching. So we listened to 4 pitches in the second section as well. So please log into the demo investment opportunity and invest in a company that you really like. So now I'm going to listen to the feedback from our judges.
Vice Chairperson Chang Sun-jun from Maegyeong Media. So I'm Chang Sun-jun from Maegyeong, and we had a full presentation in the first round and another full in the second round. Thank you for your pitching. So starting from this spring, I was involved in the Deep Change Demo Day program. So for pretty long period of time, I had the opportunity to look into their developments. So for the last 4 months, I could see how their plan has been developed and how those has been implemented. So I could see what kind of changes they have made. So let me make a comment one by one. So PSICK first. So the pet market is rapidly growing. So you are targeting those growing market. And also you could have the visible and tangible result. So I highly evaluate that. Down the road, PSICK can grow as a true pet platform. For the Gazette Korea, so as for this company, the name of service is the excellent actually. So the Yushim Sa is the quite of a catching word. And also you have a price competitiveness, and I have a great expectation for your service. So you already mentioned your advancement to the Japanese market. This is another point I give a high evaluation. So one question in my mind is, So there are many the people who come to and travel to Korea. Is there any inbound 유심 service? So if there are no such a service, and I believe this will be another business opportunity. So JFund. So you already have a good profit and good revenue, and that is your strength. And you have a sound, the global advancement plan. I hope your plan can be well materialized. So last but not least, Samshin. So you are developing infertility the kit, and also you provide the well exclusive service together with the clinics and hospitals. So the company welfare program can be the main access of your the business, but if you only rely on that, you cannot have a sound the financial the revenues. So you need to further develop other the stream of revenue. So frozen egg service that should be initiated as soon as possible. So I hope you have additional the investment so that you can and implement your business plan. So I'd like to give one last comment to all the companies. So the Megyeong, the Knowledge Forum is taking place now. So Sam Altman from Open Innovation said the following. So the single person company, and they can be the unicorn company soon. He does not sure whether it can be realized in 5 years' time or 10 years' time. Anyhow, with the AI, productivity can immensely increase. So one single person company can develop into unicorn company. There are possibility that all of you past the one person, the company stage. But anyhow, I hope you can grow into unicorn company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was such a precious and valuable feedback. Now I'd like to invite Vice Director Kim So-jung from Hana Bank. So we have listened to 4 pitches and another 4 pitches in this section. So all 8 startups transformed the creative ideas into businesses. I really enjoyed your pitches. So startups have provided solutions to the existing services, and they identify problems in the existing services and products, and they address those to increase the convenience for the customers. So sustainability and profitability is a very important key points of the survival of startups. So your pitches were really interesting. When it comes to Peter Patter, it is a service for the genetic diseases of pets. So pet market is increasing very rapidly, especially in Korea. We adopt pets from pet shops, so we don't have a history, a health history of those pets. So you accurately targeted that aspect. So very easy to use and very convenient. And I think that kind of features will appeal to customers. Your business model seems to be really simple, but B2B and B2C and expansion to the Japanese market, I think in those areas, I see the potential. Gadget Korea. So they shared a case of collaborating with Hana Bank. So as a result, so Yushimsa is one of the services. I think they will offer great benefits for overseas travelers. But for the existing telecommunication service providers, it will be a formidable competitors. So when we shared our customers about this company's service, roaming service, our customers really happy. So at such affordable prices, they offer overseas roaming services. I think it will truly appeal to customers. But per person, per case, unit price is really low. So I think you can create a package service. Japan. So just like CB3, so this company is offering one-stop solution for expanding to Southeast Asian e-commerce market. So Southeast Asia's e-commerce market is rapidly growing. So selling tools and advertisement tools are provided by this company. It was very impressive, especially for those Korean sellers who are trying to advance to global markets. Your service is really good solution. But there are existing companies with the e-commerce solutions. So you have many competitors already existing right now. I think you need to further develop differentiating services. So it will actually drive your growth because it will encourage more people to use your service. So lastly, Samshin. I wonder why you named your company Samshin. So Samshin is the name of the Korean goddess of birth. So that's why you named your company like that. So the infertility market is quite small, but I think you need to have really good marketing to deliver your service to customers. And I believe the convenience that your kit and solution offer can really appeal to customers. When you expand your solutions to B2B service, I think you are on the right track. But when it comes to the B2C, you need to have more ideas and specify your solutions more. Your pitches were truly impressive. I really root for the success of your business. Thank you very much. It was such a precious feedback. Thank you.
Last but not least, we are going to invite Jung Hae-un from KAIST, the Venture Investor Holding. Hello. I'm the Jung Hae-un. I'm leading the KAIST Venture Investor Holding Group. So today we had a pitching from 8 different companies. And I'm going to share my comment regarding 4 companies who made a presentation in the second round. So all the CEOs, and they want to actually move and shake the world, and I could feel your passion and your energies. So I highly evaluate that. Ever since the establishment of your business, and you had difficult and challenging time. And I believe you must have a sleepless night because of many things to consider and contemplate. And all the hard work is well reflected in your business plans. And I think you have a great business potential in the future. So I have a great expectation for all the 8 companies. So regarding 4 companies which made a presentation in the second round, I'm going to give the short comment. First, Peter Peta, the pen market is increasing in very fast speed. So genetic test service, and that is a very meaningful because it has a great potential. So genetic testing that can be kind of universalized. So it is important to sell this product in proper way through the vet clinics and vet hospital, and you can sell your products, and also you can well deliver the benefits of your services and solutions. And the second is Gazette Korea, and already you are doing good business management within relatively short period of time, and you generated meaningful business results. So the data roaming the market that is not actively penetrated by the major the telecom service provider. If they jump into the market, do you still have a competitiveness? So pocket Wi-Fi service was provided by you in the past. So how you can expand your service, and if you can have a bigger visions, and that will be better. So third one is J Fun. So you introduce e-commerce the platform to Southeast Asian market, and you ride on the growth of the market growth. So you are offering SaaS the services. So far, the service was provided in the proxy model, but in Korea, it is quite challenging to sell the subscription-based SaaS model. So if you have any further strategies, that will be more meaningful. Last but not least, Samshin made a last presentation. So Samshin touched on the challenging issues Korean society face. So infertility issue, and that is handled by Samshin. So they can offer the great social values as well. So this is not the mere business, and you can give some the contributions for our society. The way of developing kid, and that is quite a sound. And that there are the global markets which have more than 1 trillion the revenues. And I hope you can and develop your core strengths further so that you can also have a big position in global market. So as I mentioned, startups, and they are the movers and shakers of our world. So I hope you can grow further down the road. I have a high expectation to every one of you. Thank you.
네, 참여해주신 기업들
Thank you very much. So your input and feedback were truly helpful for our participating startups. With this, our pitching session is over. If you have yet to invest, it is now the last time to invest in startups. Who is the winner of the next Unicorn Award? Now let me close the demo investment opportunity. Let's count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
마감됐습니다.
Closed.
네, 최종 결과 많이
Let's look at
궁금하시죠?
the final result. I'm sure you are so curious about it. Shortly, we are going to have a award ceremony. We will disclose the results. Pitching sessions 1 and 2. We had these 2 sessions, and now we are going to have a lecture. When you look for a room, which app do you use as a Jikbang app? So Korea's 12th unicorn company, Jikbang. Aren't you curious about Jikbang's story? Let me invite Mr. An Sung-woo, CEO of Jikbang, to the podium. Please welcome him.
안녕하세요. 직방 대표 안성우입니다.
So hello, I'm An Sung-woo from Jikbang. It's very nice to meet you.
직방은 이제 회사가 시작한 지는
So Jikbang established in the year 2011, and we started with an e-commerce platform, but we had some the business difficulties, and in the year 2012, after pivoting, we provide the current service. So we provide real estate service for more than 10 years. So today I have a great opportunity to hear from new startups. They just start their business and they shared their energies and also the passions. So I learned a lot from them. Thank you. So today I'm going to share how Jikbang found the problem and what was the way and we are adapting to address those problems. So when you have the initial stage startup, you must be faced many the problems and many trials and errors. And my the talks can give some helps to you. So I believe the doing startup is like a doing puzzle game. So the main and the picture, the images is placed at the center, but most of us place the puzzles from the edge and going through the trials and errors, and we finally put puzzle at the middle of the plate. So the startups and they have the same problem. If you only focus on the main problem and the main issues, you cannot get a prompt answer. So you should deal with the problems on the edge one by one. So on the Plingy side, you can address your problems in step-by-step manner. And by doing so at a certain time, and you can finally deal with the main problem, which is located at the middle. The Jikbang is making effort in order to change the ecosystem in real estate market. So our initial approach was very simple. When do you want to find your home? So when you move to the new the working place, or when you get married, or when you go to the school located in other the area, you start to find your home. So you have some sense of hopes and excitement when you find your home. But in the process of looking for the proper home, and you face great the difficulties indeed. So in order to address your the pain point, and we introduce this program. So the real estate, the market service is not transparent, and also this is a market which puts supplier at the center. That's why the users have a great inconvenience. And after I developed these applications, and I asked the real estate dealers to share information, but that was a failure. So real estate dealers, they took photos, but that quality was poor. So not many of them want to do that. And back then, there was the existing way of doing business. So they were reluctant to provide information to our applications. Even though we provided online platforms, we did a lot of offline work in order to collect information. I myself and my colleagues, they moved around the Seoul, the city. We collected the data from 200,000 homes. So we connected the users and the sellers. That was the start. So based on these the services, we could provide advertisement as well. This was another income source. When it comes to the real estate market, we provided a niche service. So the young the users, and that they want to use mobile services in order to find a home. So we could have a 40 billion the revenues, and also the margin sometimes 70%. So that was a pretty good. But when it comes to the popular restaurants, so they can be delivered through various application services. So as for the real estate, if it is compared to the food deliveries, and the real estate, that they can be compared to the poor quality the food. So when this service is offered on the online, and the users cannot have a great satisfactions. So when it comes to the real estate, the market service, we provide a service for new buildings and also the existing buildings. So initially we focus on studio type real estate, but as for the apartment, we provided additional the informations. So we have the mega size the apartment complex. The information is the 3D. The information should be 3D information, but in the past, most of the information was a 2D information. So by using metaverse technologies, we provide 3D information, about 10 million home information translated into the 3D images. So the views and also the layouts of those the homes can be seen. And once that is on the market, we went to the home and through the VR, the technologies, the users can and they see that. So currently in the apartment, there is the real estate on the fifth the floor, but the 13th floor, the ones can be the offered in the comparison. So even though and they cannot visit the exact the apartment, the users, potential users, they can and they see the layouts and views from the 13th floors, and also the information in the communities can be provided as well. Future development informations and also the private institutions in nearby areas, those information provided. So this is the information from the construction, the company, the engineering company. So GIS information and location information are combined. So the existing 2D images were translated into 3D images. So this the information are offered. So not only the external the structures, internal layouts and views can be viewed. So the interior can be viewed by using these applications. So these are the process to create all these informations for the one single complex. It takes about 6 hours. So as for the new apartment, as for the new buildings, when there is the public selling announcement, and we provide this information, even though the engineering company does not provide this information. Real estate dealers, and they provide the consulting, even though the potential users does not visit the office, and the information can be provided on the online and the platforms. In order to prevent the fraud case, and we provide the actual informations. Once and the real estate come to the market, we visit there and we videotaping all the real estate. So the actual information can be provided. So that is a kind of audit process. See, all the transactions and done by real estate dealer, and that responsibility can be borne by us as well. We provide that service starting from this September. So real estate information is provided on the online platform, and also we are transforming all the real estate service so that we want to provide reliable services.
Technologically, through this process, if the market size was the ad size, and the brokerage service market itself will further grow. And we can also find business opportunities for further sales. When you look for houses, you might debate between new houses and old houses. So annually, 250,000 new houses are built, and 400 billion won worth of housing is sold. And the parcel lot sales market is about 2 trillion won a year. So on an offline basis, they build houses and they are sold offline, but we are trying to turn that sales into online sales. When we first started this parcel lot services online, the construction companies gave us a pamphlet so that we can upload it on the mobile space, but it wasn't really effective. So we worked hard how to do it better. So we created a team, and the team is creating relevant content. One of the key contents is the model house. Here you see. We try to create a model house in a 3D format. On the left side, that's the real model house, and with a high resolution camera, we filmed this. On the right side, that was recreated by CG, computer graphic. So you can't even tell the difference between the two, right? There's a huge advancement of technology. Now we have many types of apartments and also many variations in interior, and you can also extend the floor area of apartment houses. So you can customize the interiors for your preference. But nowadays, with this CG computer graphic based model house alone, sales are actually happening. So those who search for Jikbang and Hoegangnono apps, we can actually analyze their jobs and income level. So based on that, we can reveal the housing or houses for our customers or online users. So it's very effective. So marketability and commercial viability is very important for houses, but the features of marketability is different depending on the time. Sometimes interior is important or structure is important, but nowadays the functions of the house and digitalization of the house matters in terms of marketability. In the past, the houses were focused on the physical structures and everything, but now with the emergence of smartphones, the software aspect of the houses are being more important. So I believe digital aspects of the house will be the center of houses' commercial viability. When you look at the smart app solution we recently developed, so when it comes to IoT, UX is a problem. Only smartphone developers can know all these functions, but actual household people or people living in the house are not aware of those functions. So we are trying to make those functions easier using our the 3D models. So it's very easy to use. When you connect your house to new devices, just like you are connecting to Bluetooth, you can search for the nearby devices so you can easily connect to them. This is such a convenient UX. These are my children. Even my 5-year-old child can learn about this function in a matter of 5 minutes. So it's so easy to learn. So in order to advance to smart home market, we realize that software technology alone is not enough. So Samsung SDX Home IoT Business Unit is up for sale. So I acquired it. So former Samsung people will join my company. Samsung's hardware technology and Jikbang's software capability will be combined in our move towards a smart home industry. So Samsung in this SDS, the smart home is the #1 in the market. About there are 2 million users, and also the door locks that you are using for your homes are also connected. It will be connected to a smart home features. So we are going to develop such services. So one of the biggest issues of a smart home is the expansion to overseas markets. Korea, Singapore, Australia, we are ranking #1. But big tech companies are also advancing to smart home markets. So my biggest concern is how to compete with global big techs. Our financial power will be enough, or Korea, being located in Korea or being a Korean company will be competitive enough. So I have all those concerns. So I started a 직방 to address the home or house brokerage service. So we started with the brokerage service for old houses, and it was expanded to new houses, and now it has further expanded to smart homes. So I see many entrepreneurs who have made a presentation today. I'm sure you have goals and you're working very hard for your goals. But when you're running business, there's a lot of uncertain things happening. So when I ask my child, what do you want to be in the future? They just say typical answers. I want to be a scientist. I want to be a police officer. But before I started this business, I didn't know anything about this business. While doing this business, I learned a lot in the process. So while you are operating your business, you will have a new opportunity, and also you need to reflect on yourself. So if you make any mistakes, you need to recognize it and you need to own them and then move forward. So basically, I have same challenges and same concerns with you. So my company is different from yours, but we are always having a challenge for new stuff. So for the junior startups, he gave such an insightful lecture. Please give him a big round of applause.
So like this, we digested all the programs. Only remaining program is awarding ceremony. So now the 2030 Demo Day awarding ceremony will begin. So there are 8 different the prize. So next, the Unicorn Innovation Award, and also the Home and Shopping Award, Agile Lab Award, and the Miracle Award, and Deep Change Award, and those are prepared. So you actually did investment decision. So Kainos Med Igisao will come up to the stage in order to deliver prize for this next unicorn prize. Let's invite him up to the stage. Next Unicorn Award. So let's check the result of mock investment. So the winner is Peter Peta. Congratulations. So let's invite the CEO Yang Jin-ho up to the stage. So Peter Peta will receive 2 million Korean won as a prize money. Congratulations. And now we are going to have a photo session, so please hold the plate. So could you face the front? Congratulations. So please the pose for photo. Peter Peta is the winner for this next Unicorn Award. Thank you. Well, thank you, CEO Lee Gi-seop. Please give a big hand to him too. So next is the Innovation Award. For this, we are going to invite Shim Young-ok from Kyowon. So let's invite Mr. Shim up to the stage. So there are 2 winners for this Innovation Award. So let me announce the winner. Innovation Award. The Big House and Orange Football Network and the Big House. Yoon Hyun-jung and Lee Han-young, please come up to the stage. And the Big House and Orange Football will receive 3 million prize money. Congratulations. So the flower and the prize money will be delivered. And I hope this will be a good moment to grow your business further. Congratulations. So now we are going to have a photo session together. So could you hold up the plate? So now we are going to take photos. Please pose. for photo.
네, 감사합니다. 다시 한번
Congratulations.
시상에 수고해 주신 신영 대표님께도
So thank you, Mr. Shin. Please give a big hands to him as well.
이어서 우수상 시상이
So excellent award.
시상에는 카이스트
For this, we are going to invite Mr. Jung Hae-woon from Kaist Venture Investment Holding. Let's invite him up to the stage.
네, 우수상입니다.
Excellent
수상료
award.
주피터 랩스
Excellent
축하드립니다.
award goes to the Jupiter Labs. Congratulations. So let's invite the CEO An Kang-hui up to the stage.
네, 오늘 우수상을 수상하셨고요.
So Mr. An received
소배상 운영혁신 솔루션과 폴리먼
the excellent award. So the living service is provided for the support for the Dongdaemun the business. So now we are going to have a photo session. Congratulations.
시상에 수고해 주신 정혜훈 대표님께도
So please give a big hands to Mr. Jung.
이어서 대상 홀딩스 상입니다.
Next is the Daesang Holdings Award. For this, we are going to invite Ryu Sung-ho from Daesang Holdings. Let's invite him up to the stage.
대상 홀딩스 상
So Daesang Holdings Award
J-Fund입니다.
goes
축하드립니다.
to the J-Fund.
주연호 대표님
Let's invite the CEO Ju Hyun-ho up to the stage.
빅데이터 기반의 글로벌
So big data-based global marketing platform, and that is provided targeting Southeast Asian market.
대상 홀딩스 상을 수상하신 제이펀은 500만
So J-Fund will receive 5 million Korean won as a prize money.
네, 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
시상에 수고해 주신 유성
So please give a big hands to Mr. Yu as well.
이어서 홈앤 쇼핑 상
Now,
시상이
Home and Shopping Award. The presenter is CEO of Home and Shopping, Mr. Lee Won-sup. Please invite him to the podium.
네, 홈앤 쇼핑 상
Home and Shopping Award.
CV3
This award goes to
축하드립니다.
CB3. Congratulations.
네,
Mr. Yang Jin-ho, CEO of CB3, please go up on the stage. E-commerce seller analysis and marketing service. Its name is Lideri.
네, 축하드립니다.
Thank you very much.
쇼핑상을 수상하신
Home and Shopping
CV3는 500만 원
awardee is CB3 and prize money of 5 million won is given to him.
네, 축하드립니다.
Let's pose for camera. Congratulations.
수고해 주신 이원섭 대표님.
Please give a big hand to Mr. Lee Won-sup, the presenter.
네, 다음은 하나원큐 애절
Next,
대표입니다.
Hana1Q Agile Lab Award.
부회장님께서
Vice Director of Hana-Euneng, Kim So-jung, will present the award. Let me invite her to the podium.
네, 하나원큐 애절 랩
Hana1Q Agile Lab Award.
삼신입니다.
This goes to
축하드립니다.
Samshin.
신재청 대표님. 네, 그리고
Mr. Shim Jae-chung, CEO of Samshin, please come up on the stage.
난임 고위험군 조기 스크리닝 자격
Early screening self kit for high infertility risk group and frozen egg service. Congratulations. This award recipient will receive 5 million won of prize money. Congratulations again.
김소정 부회장님께도
Please give a big hand to Ms. Kim So-jung, who worked hard as a presenter. Now we have a Miracle Award and a Deep Change Award. Let me move on to the presentation of Deep Change Award, a Miracle Award. So Jang Seung-jun, Maegyeong Media Group Vice Chairman, please come up on the stage.
네, 미라클상
Miracle Award.
수상자는
The winner is
피터패터입니다.
Peter Patter.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
박준호 대표님 무대 위로
CEO Park Jun-woo, please come up on the stage.
넥스트 유니콘상도 받으시고
He received the next Unicorn Award, and he's going to receive another award, Miracle Award. Peter Parror will receive a prize money of 10 million won. Let's pose for camera for photo. Thank you very much. Miracle Award recipient was Peter Parror. Once again, congratulations. Vice Chairman Jang Seung-jun, thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. Last but not least, the Grand Prize Deep Change Award. Mr. Jang Dong-ha, Director General of Kyowan Group, will come up on the stage to present the award. The Grand Prize Deep Change Award. The winner is Gadget Korea. Congratulations. Mr. Yu Sang-hyuk, please come up on the stage. Congratulations. Gadget Korea is a USIM-based global roaming market service. That is the key service by this company. So Deep Change Award winner is Gadget Korea, and it is going to receive 10 million won of prize award. Would you please give a brighter smile for a better photo? Thank you. Congratulations. The presenter was Director General Jang Dong-ha. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. So we just concluded the presentation session. Thank you very much for staying here with us until late time here. There's another event for you who are still here with us.
So now we are going to have a lucky draw, and please go to the link we provided and receive a number for lucky draw. So those who are selected as a winner, please come to the right side of the stage. Then our staff members will deliver the prize. And once your number is called, please come forward. Then now we are going to have a lucky draw. So those who participate in MOOC investment will be candidates. So we are going to be the candidate to receive iPod and 2 generation and 2nd generation and the price. So iPod Pro, the 2nd generation, will go to the following 2 numbers. 46. Congratulations. iPod Pro 2, the 2nd generation. So number 46, please come forward. Please move to the right side of the stage. Apple Watch will go to the following 2 numbers. Oh, actually one more person for AirPod Pro. So the number of the winner will be 141. Congratulations. So you actively participate in MOOC investment. That's why you become the candidate and you finally become the winner. So next you are going to meet the winner of Apple Watch. So we are going to have 2 winners. The first winner is 129. So Apple Watch will go to 129. So let's meet the second winner. 136. Congratulations. So we just had 2 winning numbers for Apple Watch. So iPad Pro will go to the following numbers. So many winners are on 100. So this is the random lucky draw.
141번, 129번, 136번.
So all these numbers are on 100 and something. So congratulations.
아이패드 프로
So iPad Pro will go to this final winner.
에어팟 프로 2세대 한 분이군요. 바로 보겠습니다.
27. Congratulations. So like this, we had all the winners of today's lucky draw. So congratulations, and after this session, please go to the right side of the stage, then the prize, the gift will be delivered. So congratulations again to winners, but please do not disappoint even though you are not selected as a winner. There is a questionnaire in the link. Once you complete the questionnaire, and you can receive the souvenirs that is prepared by Kyowan and other partner companies. So please do not miss this opportunity. So please show the screenshot of completing the questionnaire, then you can receive a souvenir. The power of the connection and festivity of synergy. So demo day prepared by Kyowan has been taking place. So when there is the unexpected problems, they secure your meaningful and useful resource, and also have a preparation for the unexpected changes. And we are expecting the dynamic changes and greater challenges in this difficult time, and we want to expand our network. By using this the networking platform, we are going to secure the clear path for our growth. Venture capital companies, accelerators, and supporting companies, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to every one of you. Megyeong Media Group and Seoul Metropolitan City actively supported this program. Thank you for that. And this demo day will make a continuous effort in order to provide a meaningful platform for the growth of startups. So Kyowan and other alliance partners will be waiting for the further the supporters, the more supporters. So I was Kim Ji-won. Thank you for your participation.
네, 여러분 오랜 시간 기다려주셔서
So thank you
감사합니다.
for your
이번 세션
patience. And now we are going to have the exciting session. And I believe many of you are excited. That's why many are here. So passion, passion, passion. PSICK University session will begin. So 2.3 million subscribers, and that is a number for PSICK University. Do you know that? So the class of 5 is back, and 한사랑, the Viking Club, those bouquet character has been generated. So let's invite Mr. Kim Min-sik. So he is going to share the know-how to create the contents in your way. So in order to call him up to the stage, we need to shout the slogan. So when I count 1, 2, 3, please say passion, passion, passion. 1, 2, 3. So let's invite Mr. Kim Min-soo up to the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
반갑습니다.
It's very nice to meet you.
감사합니다.
Well, thank you for welcoming me.
이런 자리가 되게 익숙하지가 않아요.
So I'm not quite used to this kind of occasion. I'm a bit awkward.
여러분께서 좀 궁금하신
So I believe there are many things you want to know. So you have a great curiosity indeed. So there are many the creators here, and there are people who want to get inspiration from me. So I'm going to focus on that aspects in my lecture.
네, 감사합니다.
Well, thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 제가 제 전에 누가 나왔었나요?
So before me, who was the speaker?
직방 대표님이요.
The CEO of 직방?
눈이 그렇게 좋지는 않네요.
So actually, he is not quite a lucky person. Maybe I'm not the lucky person, so he is not the he is a difficult person to follow. I'm YouTuber. So for the last 5 years, I have been shooting YouTube contents, and well, not many channels actually experience great changes like our YouTube channel. So at the beginning, and we provided some new types of episode. So we featured university students, and also we presented the camera, the contents, and also we copied the voice of other famous actors. So you know this, right? So you featured those episodes originally, and now we are featuring the class 05 is back, and the class 05 is here, and the 한사랑 hiking club, and also non-contact date. And those are a few the episodes we presented, and the PSICK show is one of the example, and the Daily Korean is a new the episode we present. So we tried many other episodes. Do you want to make a phone call now? Well, I presented that one, but that went into the failure. But anyhow, we made a great the trials over and over again. So today I'd like to introduce the background of the making some popular contents. So when we create YouTube contents, what is the most important thing is to deliver contents which cannot be seen on the broadcasting channels and OTT. And we want to deliver the contents that only available on YouTube channels. And the TV channels has the quite a sound financial ground, but YouTube is focused on the idea itself. So we want to deliver unique and unprecedented contents. So class 01 is back. We shooted this with a mobile phone and also non-contact date, and that was shot by mobile phone. And the PSICK show is quite different from the other contents because the production, the cost is nearly nothing. So sometimes we should pay money to rent the space, but otherwise there is no additional cost. So when we look back the YouTube contents,
저희가 맨 처음에는 대학교 유형별 콘텐츠를
So we
했었어요.
focus on the contents by different university.
팀원들의 좀 나이를 좀 말씀을 드리자면
So the age of our team members is
나이로 31살.
I'm 31 years old.
그 전 나이로 이제 33살인데
So previously the Korean age was 33 and well my brother Yongju was born on the 86 year in the 1986.
저는 20대 후반이었고
I was in the later 20s and other brothers and they already graduated all the time. So they actually complained. Well, actually, about 10 years ago, I graduated from university, so I cannot remember my university days. But I forced them to remember their time at university, and we created the contents. So, well, one of the members was the class of 5, so he wanted to deliver the story, so I did not agree with that. So when I create YouTube contents, and I believe it is important to present the hot and the trendy the contents. But class of 5 is quite old, so I did not want to present that. But Youngju, he want to deliver his the contents, his story. That's why we started class of 5 is back. Well, initially the response was not very good. So initially we want you to class of 5 is back. So the class of 5 is the population and the generation rather who like the Big Bang, but we want you to deliver the time before that. So season 1 was about class 08, and after that we delivered a story about class 08, 05 rather.
맨 처음부터 잘 되진 않았어요.
So we did not have a great response at the beginning.
콘텐츠를 하면서
But when we do these contents, and there were some people who dropped by, and as I said, we started with the class 08, and the hidden camera contents were presented. So the 풍계, the camera, the episode that was presented. So there were increasing number of the viewers, and there were high number of recommendations. So the Yongju actually asked to post relevant the episode. So we presented class 05 is back. That was the start. So the brother Yongju, he was the main character. He wanted to deliver his own story. He said that he knows about the class 05 because he was at university there. So that's why we had a success, because we delivered our story. But before I move to the 한사랑, the hiking club, and I want to more talk about the class 05. And we delivered our story about class 05 for more than 2 years. So we had a happy time while making these contents. And also, well, the laughing point was actually shared. But after 2 years, we were kind of sick of those contents. So we want to have a turning point. So we present the class 05 is here. So the Seojun mom and she always talk about the surprising things. So well, that was quite popular. So we get the inspiration from the Marvel. So multiverse was introduced in Marvel. That was the point of inspirations. So in the new city, in newly created city, there are some the old the men's, and well, they used to be university students in the year 2005, but now they becomes the middle-aged men. So we want you to deliver their story, and we received a great response. And the next one is a 한사랑 hiking club, which received a great love from audience. So we started this contest in the following way. So the class 05 is back, and I edited that one. So by mistake, and I actually jump in some the contents. For example, wow, that is old. So that is a Mickey Mouse. The MP3, that is old. That was the main line I deliver. But by mistake, I did not jump in. So when I watched the contents, and I thought that is kind of a sitcom, the comedy. So I want you to produce such a sitcom-like contents. So the brother Jae Hyung's close friend is Lee Chang-ho. So Lee Chang-ho is well known for the old man, the character. So he actually in this comedian world for more than 10 years. So he is very good at acting as an old man, so we invited him. So together with our brother Chang-ho, we wanted to make good contents. So we contemplated what kind of contents we should deliver. So we created this content 3 years ago. So 3 years ago, I was so addicted to social media. So back then, the hiking, that was quite the popular keyword. So there was a rumor that the Cheonjian will go to the Maebong Mountain. So people go to the Maebong Mountain to see Cheonjian. So, well, the hiking was recognized as the kind of a hip and a trendy the hobby. So you can see the number of viewers is more than 1.9 million. So back then I chose the keyword, the hiking. So with the one single camcorder, we went into the mountain. So these days there are many contents about the mountain, but back then that was rare. So it is quite difficult and challenging to hike a mountain. So there are many the people who are involved in the productions. And as for the OTT, there are cameramen and the people who do the lightings and audios. But because we are YouTubers, so we only carried the camcorder. So one cameraman and 4 the main the characters. So all 5 went up to the mountain. So audio quality was poor like this. So the Gwangyong, so you can hear this kind of sound, but the sound quality is poor. So well to the ear of the professionals, and they will heavily criticize this audio quality. But because we are YouTuber, because this is a YouTube content that was well delivered and people enjoy the content still. So this is a non-contact date. So the character Chaejun appeared here, even though some of you do not know about that. So about 3 years ago, this content was produced. So Hansa랑 Hiking Club received popularity, and after that, we contemplated what will be done next. So we want to reflect that time. So TV and the OTT and the soap operas, when we see that, that was actually 3 years ago. All the people were wearing face masks. And also the social networking was restricted because of a pandemic. But when you see the TV programs, people were not wearing the face mask. So we want to translate that in different way. When you see the soap opera, the people who have a financial struggle wear the different clothes every day. That is not realistic. So we want to make a real contents. That's why we created non-contact date. So we look into the changes and social phenomena. And as I said, the character Chaejun was featured here. So that was a wonderful character indeed, and we want to reflect his character wonderfully. So we look into the social trend.
비대면 상황.
So non-contact situation was common at the time of a pandemic. So what was the way of doing blind date at the time of a pandemic? We thought about that. So you can think about all these the different and the keywords. So these are actually these are the big grade blind date men and the hipsters and multi-level marketings, and all these are the keywords we focus on. So how we can deliver these contents, we thought about that. So we are creators and we focused on two following things. And first one is it is important to understand the meaning. So the comedy that should be delivered well. The sense of comedy and sense of humor should be delivered well. So there are many things people often forget easily. So like decopying the voice of the part-time worker in Starbucks. So many people go to Starbucks, but do you remember how the part-time the workers call the customers and the numbers? So not many people remember that one, but we catch that one and we deliver that one as a comedy. So that was one inspiration we had. So how to deliver that one? We thought about that. So we actually deliver this contents in creative manner because in the vertical way we created the contents.
I got inspired by Zoom meetings. So it's like a video call on your mobile phone. You can watch this content. So we put the content in a vertical manner. So YouTube content is affected by technologies a lot. And also we are technologically inspired a lot when we create YouTube content. Because we have a YouTube technology, we were able to produce YouTube content. And also there's a video call technology. We were able to create this content you just saw on the slide. At the beginning, we paid attention to universe, and there's a show called PSICK Universe. And those class of 2005 are becoming fathers. So it's a continuity of shows, just like Marvel series. Maybe I cannot compare our shows to Marvels. So many people asked us how you could create such a creative show like PSICK Universe. At the beginning, we didn't have a big passion like let's make a Marvel-like PSICK Universe series. It was just a coincidence. So in the Sanak hiking club, if the members of that show are the older versions of the class of 2005, we thought would be so fun. So we created a content of that feature people that are actually a family, like son and father. So it was really fun and it was really sensationally popular. These are the members of Hansarang Hiking Club. So in the class of 2005, I really play my true character. So all these characters were created by our fans. So I didn't expect this much, but thankfully our fans gave us nicknames like this, and that actually inspired us too. So Panyuni character was also inspired by the, people's proposals in the contents. They said Panyuni can be Taekja's daughter in the Hansarang mountain climbing club. So it was so much fun. So PSICK show is nowadays featuring top stars. So many top stars are showing much interest in our show. Movie star Son Seok-gu, football star Son Heung-min, they appeared in our show. Usually, viewers are only see the final production that we produced. So they say we are really genius for producing and creating this content, but actually we are not genius. But I think we pay attention to some little idea and we build on that idea. YouTube Korea made a proposal to us. YouTube Korea wanted to introduce Korean YouTubers to global audiences. The program was a Pen Fest. So they asked us to provide one piece of content for their service. So we were just thinking hard. So what do we need to create? So if their target is the foreign audience, they wouldn't understand our existing shows. So we decided to pretend to be super popular top stars in Korea. So foreigners, they love Korean idols or pop stars, but they don't know us. So we wanted to pretend to be one of those top stars in Korea. So we started Into series. But it was kind of hard to continue the series. It was a short-term content. But our successful contents are typically continuous ones. So we thought the interview formats cannot be sustainable. So we looked at foreign cases. In foreign countries, there was a podcast. So we decided to benchmark that. So we created PSICK podcast, but it wasn't well received by viewers. Back then, people were talking about alt ego or alternate characters. Why don't you just continue to play your alternate characters? That was their reaction. So on YouTube, our fans didn't enjoy our podcast show. So it only stopped at one episode. So the way we create content on YouTube is that for OTT services, you create contents in advance, but we rarely do that. So if it is early, so we just create a content 2 weeks before the release. So we create one episode, and if that episode is not received well, then we just suspend it. We had a Nara quiz show, and we decided not to continue it if it's not popular. But it was popular, so we are continuing it. There was another type of show you might not understand. You might not know that because its first episode wasn't popular at all, so we don't continue the creation of the content. I think it's a strength and advantage of YouTube. We can just try many different types of content, and if it's not popular, we can just stop it. So I just happened to watch our PSICK podcast one more time, and I really enjoyed it. Why it was really enjoyable? Because their laughing or laughter point was different. In our previous shows, the points that made really people laugh were something that people can relate to while they're watching our 한사랑 hiking club show. They just think of their funny dads. That made them laugh. But in the podcast, there was really crazy character. So we wanted to change the podcast into our own content. So we deleted podcast in the name of the show. So we changed the name to reveal our character. So the biggest success point was the featuring of RM, who is a member of BTS. So we are really enjoying creating the PSICK show. You might understand what I'm saying if you watched our show. What we are open saying is, let's do something we can enjoy. Let's do something that make us laugh. So analytical skills or logics are not necessary here. It's just your gut feelings, or it's just your instinct. So what makes you laugh is something that is really fun. So we are pursuing to create a content that is just fun to watch. So this is it for my presentation. And now I'd like to open a Q&A session. If you have questions, you can ask questions. But just in case you don't have questions, I already prepared potential questions here. So I do have questions for myself, just in case you don't have any questions for me. While watching our content, listening to my presentation, if you have any questions, please go ahead. Do you have a mic? Can you hand over a mic to the person? Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Kim Ho-ee, reporter from Aju Economic Daily. I really enjoy your shows, and I even brought your book here. So we have a book. We published a book. So I'm not here to promote my book. Thank you very much for purchasing our book. My question is, when people create content, people say you need to focus on one type of subject. But it seems like PSICK University is exploring many different subjects and many different formats. And they were really successful. What was the key to your success? I want to interview you in the future. Yes, that's correct. When we first started out, we were kind of different. When I watch successful YouTubers, they continue the successful content for years. They made similar content on similar topic for years. But we kept exploring new type of content. As we produce new content, we were able to attract new viewers and fans. And also we could diversify and expand generations of viewers. And our PSICK show is in English, so even teenagers and people in their 40s and 30s, they're watching this show just to learn English as well. So it is our survivor strategy. We want to create a variety of shows to attract many different types of viewers and more viewers. Thank you. Hopefully I addressed your question. And there? Thank you. Not as characters. In your reality, what type of personalities do you have, and what kind of conversations do you have on what topics? Thank you very much for taking interest in my daily life. Nobody's interested in us in that regard. We try to increase the working hours as much as possible. From noon to 10 or 11 p.m., we are trying to work together. So normally we work on Mondays a lot. Over the weekend, we have watched some content or shows, or if they started new relationships, I shouldn't have said this.
그런 것들, 뭐 새로운
And
사람을
over the
만나서
weekend,
영감을 얻는 것,
they were
그런 것들이
inspired by
주변에서
something.
충분히
Then
발생하고, 그다음에
we
월요일에
discussed that
그런 얘기를 좀
on
많이
Monday.
하고, 저희 최근에는 뭐 나는
Recently, one of the most popular shows is I Am Solo. It's really enjoyable. Please watch it. It is not just a dating show. It is a documentary, I think.
굉장히 주변에서 많이 바쁘시죠?
So many people say you must be really busy, but actually we are not as busy as you think, because on weekends we make sure to rest, because we need to be grounded in reality. That way we can go long.
있으면 영감이 떠오르진 않더라고요.
If you just stand still, you won't be inspired much. So I try to expose myself to all kinds of content, for example, bookstores, plays and theaters, or movies. Thank you.
네.
So I'm dreaming of a YouTube director, and you said you are editing by yourself. So do you still do editing by yourself? Is there any reason you are doing by yourself? And if you hire the editor, what is the reason behind that? So as for the PSICK show, so I do not do any editing. So initially I did editing, but well, if I hand over editing work to others, and I cannot actually bear with that because that is so precious. So, well, depending on how to organize the contents, that sometimes we can have a great laugh, and sometimes we miss a laughing point. So this can be compared to the archery. So it is important to give tension at certain point and release tension sometimes. But some editors cannot do good tension management. In other words, some people cannot do good the laughing point management. But these days, I meet some directors who are doing wonderful job regarding editing. So after meeting them, and I'm not doing the editing work anymore. So initially, I could not hand over this work, but Brother Youngju said, and anyhow, we should focus on new contents. We should focus on most of energies in order to develop contents. So even though you are not so satisfied with editing, we should just leave that one to other professionals, and we should focus on developing new contents. So after editing, we watch that contents together, and if there are any things to be corrected, we do it together. But anyhow, most fun thing is the editing. So we are creators with the contents, and just like God, and I can actually making many the different trials. So I want to do editing in the future. Well, thank you for the lecture. So actually, this is related to the earlier question. So in the Baeksang award, and you received quite an excellent award indeed. So when you invite a guest and you actually develop the question, I believe all the questions you raise are quite interesting. So the questions and answers you do with invite the celebrities, that is quite unique. How do you develop such questions? And sometimes you ask question in English, so all the translation work is quite crucial indeed. And also the PDs who are doing the translation work is increasing. So how do you manage this? So let me explain how to develop these contents. So this is a YouTube contents, and we want to ask very the personal questions, which cannot be asked in public channel. So the comedian Yoo Jae-suk, when he was invited, we asked quite the unusual question: what kind of the car you have and how big is your house? Those are not common questions. But we raise those questions. So, well, you might see 3 people only on PSICK University, but there are 3 to 5 different directors, and there are creative managers as well. So those are kind of the writers. So we have 3 or 4 writers. So we have a great team. When we have a meeting, more than 10 people gather together in order to develop ideas and translate those ideas into programs. So there are no hierarchies between these team members. We can say anything. If the idea is not very good, well, we can have further discussions in order to develop those ideas. So everyone is equal in our team. So anyone can say whatever they want. That is a quite important culture. And also, I study English very well, but I'm not native speaker. So there are people who translate our contents. So we develop the contents and the questions and answers, and those are pre-designed. About 80% and 90% of the questions and answers are pre-designed. And of course, and the 10% or 20% that they can be done at the spot. But basically, we have some kind of well-established the contents plans and subscriptions and translations, and for that we receive support. So you might see only 3 people, but we receive great support behind the scene. Does it answer to your question? So hello. So I'm fan of PSICK University, as you mentioned. So the fundamental of PSICK University is a new trial that can be only done on YouTube channel. So that was a starting point, and now the YouTube the market gets bigger. So there are great the requests to invite you to OTT and also broadcasting channels. Do you have any plan to advance to those channels? If not, can you explain why? So the OTT, including Netflix, is there any plan to advance into those channels? That is one of the frequently received questions. But we have a kind of because contents is almost important to us. So, we can go to OTT, but if we need some financial support in order to produce the contents we want, then in that case we can go to OTT, because OTT can handle that and OTT can provide financial support. So we can have a collaboration with the OTT. So Netflix can be one example, and the producers on the Netflix. And if they can invite us equally, then we are willing to work with them. Does it answer to your question? So how about this side? Any questions from this side? So previously, when you produce your contents and you evaluate how that are well they received, do you have any index? Or is it based on your gut feeling? Is there any criteria to say, this content is successful or this content is not successful? Is there any written and clear-cut criteria? And this is a team-based work. So 3 of us and the producers and others behind the scene, and we move like one single person. It seems that all our brains are connected. So we feel the same. So when we present and launch contents, and well, how well it was received regarding that, we have the same feeling. We do not only rely on numbers. We do not only rely on the number of viewers. So if we post two different contents, the first one has a higher viewer and the second one is a smaller viewer, and that is not the normal. Actually, the popular ones receive a higher number of viewers for the second contents. So that can be one barometer. And as for some contents, as we develop the story and we have the more fun things, and as for other contents, as time goes, we do not have any brilliant idea. In that case, we can stop that contents rather. And we can feel that actually that is a gut feeling. So rather than there is a criteria. So let's say the viewer is 1 million, but suddenly it drops to 100,000. And well, that is number, but that is not only criteria. Anyhow, based on gut feeling, we can say this one will be good, the other one will be bad. So we decided. So hello. So I'm the old fan of PSICK, the university. There are many short form the contents, but PSICK University, that is quite a long contents, and you have a certain level of completeness. So the viewers love that because that is quite a high quality contents with a certain length. So is there any reason you have such the long the contents rather than short form? So we did not intend that one. So some contents are short and some contents are longer than that, but there is no intention. It all depends on contents. Some contents will be better to be produced in short form. So as for PSICK University, actually the contents was less than 10 minutes. But as we develop the story, we decide that this is the contents which can be better viewed when we have a longer the contents. So we do not decide that in advance. It's all depending on characteristics of the contents. And as for films, it should meet at the 80-minute learning time. And I believe 20-minute and 30-minute contents can be filmed. So the length doesn't matter to us. As for the short form contents, and we also make effort in order to deliver short form contents. So long length films, the contents can be shortened in order to produce short form contents sometimes. So please leave a microphone. There is a question over there. So this, please. So there are many questions. I did not expect many questions. Thank you so much. So you are American style. So from the high school time, I love this contents. It's my great honor to meet you here. So 한사랑 Hiking Club and the Seojun Mom character, I love that one. And I thought that is not acting, that is a real. So that's what I thought. So there is a no cut. Well, it seems that all these contents just the filmed in one shooting. So all the conversation is designed, or that conversation and the comment, and those are spontaneously done. So Seojun Mom is the woman who is not married. How she can act like that is how does she actually observe that kind of the person in real life? How she can deliver such a real character? So when we develop the character, and we think of various things. See, actors, they practice voice, acting first. So when it comes to the comedians, the first thing we learn is what is our laughing point. That's what we learn first. So the Miju, the Oroshi, So the punchline, actually, that is a lapping point. So in order to create a lapping point, there are some the basic things. So those are the elements we learn first when we enter the world of a comedian. So when we write down script, we write the lapping point first. Sometimes spontaneously we can give and back some the comment and the conversations, but in order to go longer, for example, for 2 years and 3 years, some plan and some design should be done. So lapping point is decided first in advance, and also when we do the productions, and we consider many things. So in filming scene, so actors, they have a creative freedom. So they can do anything they want. So, well, when we make this contents and we just do whatever we can do. So we are close friends. So and we can do all these the welcome and spontaneously. So there are some basic lines and basic design, but spontaneously we give the comments. So rather than we just the within the written the frame, and we can just deliver the conversations on spot, and also observation, that is important. So personally, so inspiration and that is crucial. So sometimes some idea comes up to my mind out of a sudden. So for example, I went to other new city and think about the contents. If I just plan certain schedule to think about idea, I cannot come up with a new idea. So new and brilliant idea just comes up in our daily lives. So, rather than I allocate a certain time to develop idea, I just witness some people and some environments to get inspirations. So Sejong mom is the one of the example. So Sejong moms and friends are all married, so she could actually do such a real character.
Last question, since I prepared questions myself too. Over there. And PSICK University, there are many types of content on YouTube. How do you plan such various types of content? How do you engage in meetings? And how did you start those content? So what was the coincidence you started talking about creating each type of content? So far, I talked about many different reasons for creating our content. Class of 2005 is back was inspired by our personal experiences or stories we heard from our acquaintances. And also Hansarang Hiking Club and Class of 2005 were really popular because they were really new. Back then, the hidden camera content was really popular. So Office or Modern Family, they are American dramas. While watching those dramas, I was inspired to create a certain type of content. The ultimate reason why we create content is to just fun. Daily Korean, the title of the book we published, is also in line with that. For Koreans, we are teaching Koreans. So we thought it would be so much fun to publish a book on teaching Korean to Koreans. I don't want to have a formula for creating content or If you have a certain formula, we'll be trapped in certain criteria. So I want to be free and I want to continue to create creative content. Thank you for the applause. So all those questions you raised are overlapping with the questions that I prepared. So what was the key to securing so many subscribers? We didn't want to dwell on a certain generation of subscribers. By creating many different types of content, we were able to attract many different generations of viewers. How do we identify and read the trend? So we are sensitively analyzing the current trend. So there was a parody of football star Son Heung-min because we were watching him closely. And also we watched a very popular people. And then based on that, we get an inspiration for our show. How do we plan each episode? It all depends on the person. What do we consider important when we create characters? Again, fun. So how do we collect the returns on the investment in creating content? So production cost is really low. And we also use a lot of parody. So we say that we try to be really amateur. We don't want to make our shows really professional. Ronnie and Steve. We created Ronnie and Steve too. So from the perspective of being an actor, I want to say this. We started out from one character. When I go to the gym, I see the trainers doing this. So they make this sound. So I didn't have a plan to utilize them as our show characters. I just thought of them. So they happen to be used in our show. So class of 2005 is back. So while filming it, is there any memorable episode? Some people think we are real people in the show. And when I see Youngju is walking on the street, some women were saying, "Oh, your husband is passing by." They refer to Youngju as one of their friends' husbands. So they really thought those characters were real people. What was really fun in creating content? What I do right now is really fun. Maybe you might think my first character, Lee Min-chul, is something that I'm most attached to, but I find the current PSICK show is more interesting, and I really enjoy that. So this is it for my session. So I don't have watch myself, so my time slot is over. Is it over? Yeah, I see it's over. Even at this moment, our teammates are discussing ideas to create content. So we have many different ideas. At the end of September, we are going to take vacations. So after we come back from vacation, we are going to show many different types of fun contents by the end of this year. Please enjoy our show. Thank you for your support. Thanks. Wow. For the past 40 minutes, we truly enjoyed his lecture. So based on his experiences, he shared the tips of creating content. It was really informative and inspirational speech. So he wanted to just create fun content. That's why he was able to create such successful content. Once again, please give him a big round of applause. With this, we will conclude Passion, PSICK University Content Creator Session. Thank you very much for staying here with us. This was Cho Jin-kyung, your MC for today. Thank you.